Hello and welcome back to another edition of Chill with Kaiju Kim. I'm Kaiju Kim. Hope you're all doing well on this lovely afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. This past week was the 10-year anniversary of the beginning of the Monsterverse. And since then, we've gotten 5 movies, 1 anime, and 1 live action series, which has officially been renewed for a 2nd season. Yay. So we're going to be talking about all of that tonight. But first, let's go ahead and bring in our guests. If you've watched most of my live streams, you know all these fine gentlemen. Mr. Elijah Thomas, Mr. Nathan Marchand, and Mr. Donny Winter. Oh, yes. And Danny will be joining us later. He's not running a little late. But hello, boys. How are you?
Why is Elijah's in perpetual darkness?
Cloaked in darkness.
Oh, dear. What seems to have happened? Elijah, you good?
There.
There we go. Okay. Okay. Hi.
It's so good to be here.
I'm here with the boys, obviously.
Yes, the boys. Very good. And I'm here with my boys.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, I'm just saying you may have to pull Queen of the Fabulous Empire privileges because Elijah and I are probably going to argue. And unless this is a charity stream and it gets us extra money, you probably don't want that.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to lay the smackdown on y'all, but okay.
We're good at being a diffusing force, boys. It's all right.
That's all right. All right, let's see who we have in the chat tonight. We got Kaiju Nerd 05. Hello. MJR Creative Films. What's going on? Robert Montserrat.
Hello, Robert.
And Kasaibo F29, Godzilla 93, and the Ink Dragon. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Phenomenal people.
Amazing people. All right, so let's jump right into our discussion. So let's start with our overall opinion on the Monsterverse. Okay. Oh, I can tell Elijah's gonna be.
Elijah hates it. We're moving on.
Okay, so Elijah hates it. Moving on. Yes. All right. So before...
I think they're the best Godzilla films ever. Ever created. Really? No, I'm kidding. I don't think that.
Wait, was that sarcasm? I thought that was a joke.
The fact that I had you convinced means I deserve an Oscar. So
you do deserve an Oscar.
I wondered for a second. I did.
Donnie, you scared me. You scared me. I love you so much.
Elijah, you know I'm not that delusional.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder about Elijah being a little delulu about his abject hatred.
Nathan, if one person here is delulu, the one that made that turn.
Oh, really? Says the guy whose burning hatred for the Monsterverse makes burning Godzilla look like he was suffering from a mild case of heartburn.
Real quick. If we're gonna, so before Nathan goes off on this tirade, I just want to establish that I am supporting the Monsterverse right now.
Okay.
In a T-shirt that I bought back in 2014, and it still fits me.
I wish my 2014 clothing could fit me.
Wow, you've been the same size since you were 5?
You were not. Please, you were older than that. Please tell me. I don't know people's ages. So
he is. I
say that because I literally had a student probably a month ago tell me that they were born in like 2008, and I was like decaying in live real time.
So I'm old enough to feel like being born in 2008 is like really young for me.
Okay,
I still feel like that's young.
Okay.
All right, then. So before anyone else says anything else, let me give my overall opinion on the Monsterverse, and I'll set you guys loose. So, for me, generally speaking, I'm really glad that it exists and would like to see it continue. And I like that it's similar to the Showa era and that it starts off grounded and then gradually becomes, off the rails and a little weird, little wacky. And in that sense, I think it stays true to how the Godzilla franchise has like a little something for everyone, And, if you want super serious and grounded, watch 2014 or Skull Island or the Monarch series. And if you just want to shut your brain off, and King of the Monsters, GVK, GXK, etc. Yeah, like there's something for everybody. And I think that's why I like the Monsterverse overall. All right, who wants to go next?
I'll go next. So I enjoy the Monsterverse because it offers us something different. I especially really value it now because while this past year we had not only Godzilla -1, but we have the new Godzilla Kong film as well. And I think they kind of feed drastically different audiences, but the audiences also kind of like mesh in this Venn diagram of awesomeness. I do think that I enjoy the kind of like the heroism of the Monsterverse. I enjoy the visuals. I enjoy some of the music, mostly Godzilla King of the Monsters soundtrack. But I think, and this is probably going to be a controversial take, although I do think it's truthful, but I definitely feel that the Monsterverse is largely responsible for projecting Godzilla into the status that it's in currently on a pop cultural scale. Because, let's be honest, the first decade of the 2000s, Godzilla kind of fell out of, like, being a household name, kind of. And now, as a result of the last 10 years, Godzilla's very much a household name again. Thank you for attending my TED Talk.
The Don Talk.
The Donny Talk. Yeah. All right, let's see. Who should I let go next? Nathan.
Oh, okay. Okay. I agree with a lot of Donnie's points. I've enjoyed the Monsterverse overall. Do I think it's necessarily the best quote-unquote series or era of Godzilla? Probably not, but I do appreciate it's definitely better than any other Hollywood attempt at making Godzilla, let's be honest. I mean, the Monsterverse only had room to go up after 98. And I will admit, sometimes its massive shifts in tone can be a little hard to navigate sometimes, because I think you're right, Kim. It does make that shift into lighter fare like the Showa series did, but it does it a bit faster.
Much faster.
It does it after about 3 movies. But I do appreciate seeing the work that was put into this. I will admit there are points where for a while we were being spoiled with how good the monsters looked on screen with what we were getting here. I do miss the fact that we don't have mocap being done anymore for the monsters. I do think the Monsterverse effects were at their peak when they were doing mocap, because it maintained the spirit of Suitmation, I felt like. So I would say I'm overall happy. However, I will die on the hill that the Skull Island show doesn't count.
All right, we'll let you rant about that later, but okay. Got a question here from Bitori and Goji. Wasn't the Monsterverse originally going to be a trilogy of Godzilla films with Gareth Edwards at the helm until 2015 changed everything with Kong? Is that true, Elijah?
So it's interesting. So initially, when the Monsterverse, the term Monsterverse didn't show up until 2017 on the marketing for Kong Skull Island. The Monsterverse, in air quotes, started with Legendary announcing Godzilla, Godzilla 2, and Godzilla 3. Edwards slated to direct Godzilla and Godzilla 2. At the same time, they were developing a movie called Skull Island at Universal Pictures. Eventually, long story short, they decided to move that from Universal to Warner Brothers because Universal was not set on putting Skull Island in the world of the Monsterverse before it was coined as that. And eventually, Legendary took that production over to Warner Brothers. This was after 2014 came out, pretty much. After that, Skull Island became Kong Skull Island, and then the search for a new director for Godzilla 2 came out, and then eventually that became Doherty, and King of the Monsters came, and then GVK was planned essentially from the start of Kong Skull Island's production at Warner Brothers.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and look who showed up. It's Denny.
Yay!
Danny. Woo!
Hey there. Hey, everybody. Sorry about that.
How dare you?
I know. Listen, I have a confession to make, and I don't want you guys to judge me too much, but this is hard for me to say. I was having dinner with my family.
Oh,
I know.
Oh,
I know.
dare you.
I know.
for shame.
I know.
Daniel.
How
I know.
inconsiderate.
Listen, nothing I haven't heard before. There's nothing you can hurl at me that I have not said to myself 1,000 times on the drive back to my home.
You fiend.
Selfishness has no bounds.
It's a problem. It's a problem. But this is helping. This is helping me face my my very selfish. I have a lot of problems, guys.
Yeah.
Well, the first step to getting help is admitting you have a problem. So thank you for admitting that. Okay.
Oh, but listen. This right here now it's an intervention. It's not a live stream about the Monsterverse anymore. This is an intervention.
This is a therapy session.
Because I was about 7-8 minutes behind schedule because I was finishing up spicy meatballs with my family. I know. It's again, we should
Spicy meatballs are worth it. Okay.
But it's Kim and Elijah and Donnie and it's Kim
and yourself.
Elijah.
Wow.
I had to.
Okay. All right.
Wow. I get it. Everyone wants to pretend the loudest guy in the room isn't here. I understand.
What?
What?
Same. So, Elijah, the theory that you and I are the same person is starting.
Oh my gosh, I love you guys. Okay.
No, I assure you, Danny, you are not, because you like the Monsterverse, and it is well documented how much he hates it.
What?
The joke's dead, Elijah.
Check your mic. I can't hear you.
Okay. All right.
All right. Moving on.
Settle down, boys. All right.
I threw us off with talk of selfishness and spicy meatballs. Also, Awesome Shark, spicy meatballs for life, 100%. 100% spicy meatballs for life.
All right. I mean, I personally don't like spicy things, but hey, you do you.
See, here's the thing. I don't like spicy things either. And my family is very considerate. They made non-spicy meatballs, assuming that I would not eat the spicy ones. But my brother made them, and I wanted to try both. And I ended up liking both just equally. I'm not usually a spice person, but I made an exception instead of being here at 8 o'clock. So
I'm one of those people.
Meatball's fault.
I'll eat any meatballs that are thrown at me.
How often are meatballs thrown at you, Elijah? You don't have to answer that. You don't have to. How often are you on stage and people just throw food?
Overall thoughts on the Monsterverse. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, there are so many jokes, and I can't say them on Kim's stream.
Oh, really? No. Moving on. Come on.
Oh, my God.
All right, so Elijah was just about to rant about the Monsterverse. Okay, here we go.
Okay,
I
so...
was going to say, then we let Danny go to bring us up.
I
So
will go in whatever order Kim would like me to go in. How about
this whole time, I've been trying to figure out exactly how to begin what will eventually become the Elijah hate train in the comments section. I'm used to it.
One thing before you start, I'm gonna throw this out there. Let him talk. That's all I'm gonna say.
Let him talk.
Let him talk. Let him finish. Let him get his thoughts out, and then. There you go.
And then we can crucify him. All right, go on.
Yeah, well, the respectful gloves will come off after that. But right now we're gonna.
So, the Monsterverse for me can best be described in dog years. You know, when a dog is born, it's a nice, cute little puppy. Everybody loves it. Like, you look back at the times with the puppy and you're like, oh my God, I love that puppy so much. Oh. And then he grows into this energetic, like, annoying little brat. But before that, like, he's still cute. He's still cute. So, like, by the second stage in his life, like, he's still cute and you love him so much. And honestly, that might be the best years of his life. Like, he's cute, he's not too overly energetic, he's playful, he's fun. And then he becomes the little obnoxious brat, third stage. And then he starts to become boring because he just wants to lounge around and do nothing. And it's kind of like, why aren't you that little puppy that, like, you were just two stages earlier? Where's that at? And then you kind of like, man, like, this is becoming a chore. All he does is eat, sleep, and poop. Like, there's nothing to this. And then, like, right, you know, then he eventually, it's like, oh, you know, he's this old man. Like, I love him so much, you know, like, I love my dog. I don't want him to go. And then it comes time where you realize it's time to put him down. It's too, like, this is too much. And you, out of the love of your heart, you want to put him down. But then somebody, like, tells you no, and it has to keep, you just have to watch your poor little puppy, like, endure so much, and it becomes unbearable. And so that's how the Monsterverse is for me.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the MCU. I'm sorry.
I love an extended metaphor. Whoa.
Who else wants to go hug a dog right now? Anyone? Just me? Okay.
I'll hug a small one.
Small.
I'm a cat person. I'll stick with that.
This is as close as I can get. This is,
Oh, okay.
I
That's
want
very
one.
cute.
it works.
It's so
It
cute.
works.
No, actually, what you need is a King Caesar, and you can hug that.
There you go.
King Caesar's in the other room. I can't.
Yeah,
can't do that.
same here. So
There you go.
So before Nathan tries to say that I said nothing but negative stuff, I started off very positive. Everybody loves puppies. Everybody loves young dogs. And everybody loves old man dogs. So there are 3 stages in the life of a dog everybody loves. And
Just not the zombie skeletal dying stage.
The old
That's
yellow
that.
stage.
From what you were describing.
the old yeller stage and then the annoying brat stage. Those are the 2, like, unbearable. Like, one of them just breaks your heart. The other one makes you want to, like, just drink so many energy drinks that you don't remember what happened. That's happened once or twice, but not because of the dog.
There's something I want to say, but I refuse to engage in ad hominems. Anyway.
Righto.
So, Danny.
Insightful.
Danny.
Yes. My thoughts on the Monsterverse.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So you know how when you have a dog and you love it throughout its entire life, no matter how annoying or old it might get. And no matter how irritating others might find your dog, and no matter how old and decrepit it might be, seeing that dog continue to push forward and live despite all the odds makes you happy, proud, and it just fills you with joy to continue seeing that dog being alive. Yeah, there you go. I think I got it. I think I got it. Thank you for doing most of the work on that for me there, Elijah, because I would not have been able to think of that metaphor on my own. For real though, the Monsterverse is such a fascinating kind of, I don't know. It seems like it'd be easy to sit and talk about it, but at the same time, it's such an odd kind of convoluted, weird story. about how this thing became a universe when it was not originally intended to be, and how almost every one of them, it's like a universe that was made, almost every one of them feels like it could be the last one, you know? Despite the fact we're talking about Godzilla, where even the movies they tell us are going to be the last ones are never the last ones. But in this little subset of the genre, of the franchise rather, Godzilla 2014 was really kind of its own insular thing, right? It exists fine on its own without any kind of wide universe or the sequels that they hoped to make, but were not locked in when the first film was made. So the first film kind of hangs out on its own. The next couple absolutely were like, they did Kong Skull Island fully knowing King of the Monsters was in production. Yeah, we're leading into that. They did King of the Monsters knowing that even though that film unfortunately didn't perform at the level they wanted it to at the box office, Godzilla versus Kong was already locked in. And then everyone was like, well, that's probably that might be it. That might be the end. And it feels like when King of the Monsters came out, it almost felt like, even though that wasn't the last one in the pipeline, it's like, well, that might be the reason there aren't any more after this. And then Godzilla versus Kong comes out, and it's like, this might be the last one for legal reasons, for financial, whatever. And then GXK comes out, and it's the first time I've ever sat back and said, so when they announcing the sequel, right? Like, I had no doubt that Monsterverse number 6 was coming after that, and it started racking up the numbers. Watching the Monsterverse evolve has been really, really fascinating. It's been fascinating as a fan, and it's been, at least for me, a fulfilling ride. I not everybody can claim that, but for me, I haven't hit any speed bumps that have made me want to jump ship. I've loved it. I've loved the ride. I've become a big fan of every few years one of these things happens. I have the pattern, right, of movie gets announced, build up for that trailer. Ooh, the embargo lifted. Now I can go to Walmart or Toys R Us or Target and the toys start coming out. Ooh, the novelization has the street date on this day. Ooh, the art book is coming out. Ooh, the soundtrack is coming out. And it's this pattern, and every time a new one comes out, it's like, all right, time to start checking Walmart. Ooh, time to start checking Amazon for that art book and the novel. And it's just a pattern now, and it's surreal to think that it's been going on for 10 years now. 5 films, 10 years. It's definitely, it's been fun. It's just been fun. Like, that's the same thing I'll say about most Godzilla films. There were a couple, there's some complication in there a little bit. Maybe I'll touch on that a little bit later with these films and my own experience with them. But there's not a thing I'd change about the journey to get here, because I never thought I'd be living on a planet where there were 2 Godzilla franchises going at once on 2 sides of the planet. And so I got nothing to complain about and everything to be grateful about. And I'm very grateful that the Monsterverse exists.
Yeah, ironically, that is what Toho has wanted to do for a couple of decades now, or at the very least, they wanted the Americans to make their own movies, and for a while anyway.
Yeah, that was kind of an idea. The idea that Godzilla could be a, multinational concurrent thing goes all the way back to the 60s. You could argue that the seeds were kind of planted when UPA started funneling money into Toho to do co-productions, and then Filmation was supposed to do an American cartoon, and that never happened. But ultimately, Hanna-Barbera happened. And that was, we had those 2 things. It wasn't concurrent because the Showa era films weren't being made at the time, but still, it split off at that point. There were plenty of attempts.
The Marvel comic.
And then, the Dark Horse stuff was running concurrent to the Heisei series. But just in terms of the films, multiple attempts to get that started just never got off the ground. And Toho, for a while, was like, well, we'll stop making ours so they can make theirs. And then that didn't go very well. And the idea, it seemed like for a long time, the idea of there being concurrent streams, franchise streams on, in America and Japan, just felt like a fantasy. Like that would never happen. It's like, well, even just legally, one party would have to stop for the other one to keep going, right? There's no way you could have that. And then tonally is also interesting, because we're at a stage right now where the American produced films are just increasingly wacky affairs. And a lot of the stuff being made in Japan is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. So not only do we have two different franchises going at the same time, we have two franchises with polar opposite tones going at the same time. Who could have seen that coming? Speak, Elijah. I see your mouth is open.
This is actually, I love this rabbit hole because I think this is one of Danny, you and I have had this conversation, and I love this conversation because this is something I think, Donny, you talked about this too. This is something very important to what will eventually become one of the richest points in Godzilla history, because we are living in a time that's very interesting, and that's because we are seeing Godzilla go from a niche character that everybody knows. I mean, it has been well documented. I remember in the bonus material for Godzilla 2014, Gareth Edwards straight up says, Godzilla is an icon. You can go and stop anybody in the streets and show them a silhouette of a dinosaur with fins on his back, and they're going to say, it's Godzilla. Godzilla is a household name. He has been for decades. He's one of the most popular IPs in the world. But up until recently, oddly enough, he was a niche character. He was a niche fandom. He was a niche love. However, with the huge success that not only was Godzilla -1 in the award circuit, but financially on a historic level, not only Monarch being one of the most successful Apple shows ever, and not only Godzilla Kong: The New Empire being one of the biggest films of the year and one of the most popular films of the year, we have seen Godzilla jettison from a niche, from a, everybody knows Godzilla, to a, this is getting as big as like Star Wars, as Marvel. You can't go into any store like a Five Below, a Walmart, a Target, you name it, Kohl's, maybe Kohl's, Hobby Lobby. All of these places have Godzilla merchandise. Like, there is Godzilla sections in the Walmarts you go to. There are Godzilla sections in Targets. You can go to Netflix. You can go to Max. You can go to the Criterion Channel. You can go to Tubi or Pluto, and you can watch Godzilla movies streaming. You can go on television and find them showing. Comet TV, if you know what that channel is, frequently has Godzilla movies airing for people to watch. Every year we've had Godzilla movies in limited theatrical showings. 2000 Tokyo SOS against Mechagodzilla. We are living in a time where Godzilla has never been this available, this widely known. And this will go down in history as one of the richest moments in the franchise's history. And this is something Toho is going to continue to push, whether that be through Japanese productions, co-productions, I'd love to see that happen, or American productions. That is going to be that's going to be the norm until Godzilla falls back into obscurity again.
All right, James Santana
Hey,
says,
James, great to see you.
Hello. We have seen a huge uptick in Godzilla item sales. We just started to carry the records now just to have. Awesome.
And it's interesting that you bring that up, Elijah, because there have only been a handful of fictional characters who have achieved a level of iconography where you can literally just show someone the silhouette and they recognize them. But I would argue that the other characters that you would put on that list were quote unquote more popular,
Mickey Mouse, Superman,
like Mickey
Spider-Man,
Mouse,
Batman.
Mickey Mouse,
Pikachu.
a lot of Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. People not only recognize them, but those characters are genuinely popular. And Godzilla was in this weird, murky middle ground where people know who he is, but they don't know who he is, if you get what I'm saying.
And a lot of that, interestingly enough, a lot of that can be traced back to Toho's mismanagement in the 70s, right as Godzilla started getting popular with the Marvel show, with the Hanna-Barbera stuff, Shogun Warriors, Mattel stuff. when they fumbled the rights for like Sea Monster and Megalon, and there was this misconception that Godzilla is a public domain character, that is what stopped Godzilla from reaching that level decades ago, because of that fumbling of the proper handling of an intellectual property. And now Toho's learned from that. And now we're seeing Toho like actually run Godzilla like Disney would run a character, holding on to the IP, treating it proper, and making sure it's out there for as many people to see, to own, to recognize.
Right. And I do think that that's not just true with Toho and Godzilla. I think we're seeing it with a lot of tokusatsu IPs at this point, most especially Ultraman, because Ultraman's been Supro has had such a massive push to get Ultraman out there. They want Ultraman to be an international brand, but they're also doing their best to maintain control of that as much as they can.
Yeah.
Right. And Donnie, go ahead.
I was just going to add one thing. And Matt, Frank, and I just talked about this in our recent episode of Growing Up with Godzilla, which if you've not watched that yet, you might want to go do that. But
I picked up the issue, Donnie. I picked it up this week.
Yes, good. So Matt and I, we had a good conversation about we both individually have had people mention that they're worried about Godzilla burnout or oversaturation. And I think that was something that was very much experienced 20 years ago. I don't know if many of you can remember this, but back in 2004 when Godzilla Final Wars came out and was unfortunately not very successful, Godzilla was basically shelved. And at the time, people were saying, or the powers that be were saying, oh, we don't think Godzilla's really going to ever come back ever again. So then we had that long 10-year stretch of nothing but the Pipeworks games. It was a great Godzilla famine, and it was terrible. But I think in that time, Toho had an amazing learning experience, and that is by allowing the Monsterverse to happen and then to take their time on the films instead of churning out a film a year or every other year. Case in point, we have a pretty sizable distance between Shin Godzilla and Godzilla -1. I think it's important for these individual pieces to have their breathing room. That way they can kind of break that discourse threshold and be part of the overall overarching conversation. I started realizing last year that some threshold had been crossed when I literally, and I think I mentioned this during the charity stream that we did, I remember literal students in passing talking about Godzilla. Just casually, oh, I'm gonna go see this movie. It's subtitled, but it's gonna be great. And I'm just I still to this day, when I think about that, I'm just Godzilla is being talked about. That is a good thing, right? Whereas we see these other franchises, creating a universe that's so big that they lose their control over it and being fatigued. I feel like Godzilla's versatility is manifesting now, and you can see just how well the character is adapted in multiple different contexts and stories, and modernized sufficiently to meet our audiences as they are now.
Right. And I went, oh, my books fell over. I was a little scared.
My point was so good at Quake.
They just fainted right over. Yeah. But no, I would, it's interesting that you bring up the 10-year famine and Toho learning. We would be remiss in a Monsterverse discussion to not bring up probably the unsung hero of the Monsterverse, which is funny because he used to be the outcast, and that's Yoshimitsu Banno. He helped pave the way for the Monsterverse to happen, and then the Monsterverse paved the way for everything that we've been experiencing for the last 10 years on both sides of the Pacific. I would make that argument. There are reasons why even though he has been dead for several years now, he still gets basically honorific credit as a producer on every Monsterverse film.
Right. And Donnie, you bring up something very, very important. Godzilla oversaturation. So it's interesting. And I know, Danny, you and I have talked about this. One of the most interesting aspects of the franchise is the lineage of producers. Tomoyuki Tanaka produced every Godzilla film until 1995. And he helped get Sony and TriStar to do 98. So up until 98, Tanaka was like the blood of Godzilla. He was the one charging, like, he was like, let's get more, let's make more. He was a businessman. He was running Godzilla as a business to get it out there. And when he passed away and 98 failed, Toyama-san had to pick up and kind of run with what Tanaka had been doing for decades. And that's where we got the Millennium Era, kind of rushed, kind of thrown, like, we got to keep, this has to keep going. We can't let Godzilla shut down, because if we do, it's going to end.
Mm-hmm.
And that ended up kind of biting them in the butt with Final Wars and, you know, how much money they put into that production. But now we're into an era of Godzilla where Ichikawa-san, the new producer, has been able to say, look, Godzilla is a household name. It's an established IP. We do not have to do movie after movie after movie. That's not necessary. What we need to do is find ways to reinvent the wheel and find ways to bring more people into this, to watch more, to be engaged and learn more. And that's where we got Shin Godzilla. That's why we have the trilogy of anime films. That's why we have -1. Because Ichikawa now is like all about experimenting and bringing new, fresh eyes onto this IP and trying to reinvent something and bring it to the modern era. And that's where the Monsterverse has helped spearhead that, is through the Hollywood films. And no matter what I say about how awful Godzilla Kong, The New Empire, and Godzilla vs. Kong is, I would be idiotic to not bring up just how important those films are in bringing a fresh Godzilla to more eyes. And Toho is very intelligent. Mm-hmm. And there's a reason they're the Disney of Japan. They've been around for so long and they know what they're doing. And they're being very careful and very smart about these decisions they're making. And that is why we're seeing these gaps between films, because they know that they can do that now.
Yeah,
indeed. All right. So with that said, let's go into, individual films now. So starting with, obviously, Godzilla 2014. Now, Donnie, I know you have like a limited time, so I'll let you go first. What are your thoughts on Godzilla 2014?
So, I might get eviscerated by this, but it's actually my least favorite Monsterverse film.
It's my least favorite too.
Oh, thank goodness. But the one thing I did love about that film is that it really kind of created like this gloomy gravitas that kind of like helped us understand the vastness and the sublimity of these titans, right? Like you were meant to feel a sense of existential dread with how gigantic and terrifying these creatures were. And that kind of, I would argue that scale kind of falls away in subsequent Monsterverse films. So I will give it credit. And I also think that film's musical score by
Alexander Desplat.
Yes,
yeah.
I do think that musical score does stand well on its own. I think that it was a very good score. Human characters for me in that film, no, like not really. Like didn't do it for me. But I'll rewatch it. It's actually my fiance's favorite Monsterverse film, which we often argue about it. But but no, I enjoy it. But I don't think it's the strongest. I think many of us wanted to see more of the Titans. I really do think that we kind of craved for a human storyline that would kind of invest us a little bit more. But like that kind of seems to be an ongoing issue throughout the Monsterverse in of itself. So.
Yeah, like you, Donnie. Least favorite Monsterverse film for me. Like I I mean, so for me, like when it comes to Godzilla, I like, the delightfully silly stuff. This film is a lot more grounded. There's nothing wrong with being grounded. I do appreciate the grounded films, but and I appreciate where they're going with this film. But like you said, Donnie, the character is just no. I mean, I feel like I might have enjoyed it more if they didn't kill off Bryan Cranston's character so early on.
Yeah.
Really would have liked to see more of his story instead of Ford, Aaron Taylor
Johnson.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know, like, I agree with you completely about Bryan Cranston's character. And the beginning of the film really sets us up with like this super emotional, like, character loss that was honestly very, like, we felt that, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that was so kind of huge at the beginning of the film that it sucked the air out of the room for the rest of the film. At least that's my opinion. Like, maybe if they saved that flashback for, like, here is what really happened, like, later in the film, like, maybe that would have kind of kept the human character investment a little bit more. But that's just me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I was just rewatching it the other day, and like, I will say I don't dislike it quite as much as I did when I first saw it in the theater, because when I first saw it in the theater, I was literally sitting in the chair like... So yeah, I was just like, I was not happy. But,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, the human story was like okay with, Ford's character. Like, he's just a military man trying to get home to his family. Like, okay, that's kind of an interesting story, but at the same time, it's like...
This is strictly a dumb comment that I'm about to make.
Okay.
But I'm so annoyed by the name that they chose for the character. Ford.
Yeah.
I feel like they could have come up with, like... I don't know, it just, to me, sounds like a very generic name.
It does, for a very generic character.
I'm trying to... No, Brody was an homage to Jaws. The name Brody.
I knew the last name was. That's just the first name that I'm like...
I don't remember where they got why they went with the name Ford. Does anyone else happen to know offhand?
It's a car.
Because the name Honda was taken. That's why.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
I'm gonna when I make a movie and it's about Godzilla, I'm gonna name my main character Nissan.
I was gonna name mine Mazda, but that's okay.
I'll go with Subaru then.
I guess no one wants Toyota. All right, I'll take that one.
My character's name will be PT Cruiser.
Well, actually, we're missing the obvious one. You need it. Well, no, we already have. Do we? No, we don't. Do we? No, we don't. What? You need a character named Honda.
It'll happen.
We'll get together. We'll make a kaiju film, and the main character's name will be Honda.
Every Godzilla fan watching it will roll their eyes, going, "Oh my god, they!
Oh my god!
This is our lead heroine, Miki Honda.
Honda, Toyota, Mitsubishi.
Ironically, drives a Jeep. Weirdly enough."
And has Kong toys for her dog.
Yes.
No, generic names, Kasaibu, are strictly overly anal writer criticisms.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's totally fine. But yeah, back to the blandness of these characters. Like, there's a moment in the film where like Ford and Godzilla have this moment where they look each other in the eye, but it doesn't really do anything for me, Didn't really get anything out of that. But yeah, it just felt like something was missing. But yeah, I will say something nice about it. While we don't get a whole lot of monster action when the monsters are on screen, it is done very well from what we do see. And yeah, the monster action is good. The kiss of death, awesome. A lot of people complain that Godzilla's only in it for like 8 minutes. But like, that's not really new, right?
He's got more screen time in this one than he does in half the Showa movies.
Okay. I don't know if you're gonna go one person at a time, but if we're gonna talk about the screen time, I am sick and tired of hearing debates over Godzilla screen time. I'm done with it, because Godzilla screen time does not a good Godzilla movie make. I'm sorry. I will take quality over quantity any day of the week. And I will tell you, in terms of how long it takes him to show up and how long he's actually on screen, First off, Godzilla doesn't even get mentioned, let alone seen, for like 45 minutes of the like 83-minute runtime of Terror of Mechagodzilla. And it's still one of the most respected Godzilla films out there. And, and he shows up about 45 minutes in, and you see glimpses of him throughout the whole movie. And I remember sitting in the theater, and we got to that big reveal moment at the airport. And I knew it. It's like, this is the moment that, this is the crescendo, the first big crescendo. We've been building to this, and we get that amazing panning shot. Godzilla roars at the Muto, and then it cuts. And I know that along with the death of Ford's dad was one of the turning points for people watching this movie. And I did reach that crossroad. And I thought to myself, what? You're cutting away? Why are you cutting away? The advantage that I had is I had seen Gareth Edwards' movie Monsters, and I knew how he worked, having seen that film and watching the special features on the DVD. So I said, okay, I'm going to go along for the ride for a little bit longer. I didn't turn against the movie. And I kept going with it, and I felt rewarded by the end because it goes crazy in the climax. So I wasn't bothered by it. Plus, Godzilla has such a presence throughout the entire movie, even when he's not on screen.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, even if Godzilla doesn't have a whole lot of screen time, like you don't really feel his absence. Like his presence is there for like the entire thing. I think that's what matters more than the screen time itself.
Mm-hmm.
I low-key despise discussions about screen time for Godzilla. I can't. I don't. It's one of those things I never would have known was a thing until the internet happened.
Yeah,
and
I didn't know it was a thing until 2014 happened.
Yeah, I didn't know. I've never paid attention to it. It's literally like, to me, it is such a non-issue. It makes no difference. You have to make a good movie, but it's less about the screen time and more about how are you using the moments that you do give him, and like the moments have to count. And so the idea, like for me, this is just me. This is not me putting out a blanket statement and saying everybody needs to watch the films the way I do. But to me, the idea of meticulously watching every Godzilla film and tracking every millisecond he's on screen just seems like such a joyless experience.
Yeah, I'm just picturing people sitting there, all these bloggers just sitting there with a stopwatch.
Yeah,
and then hitting the button. But then I'm just like, but what's your criteria for what counts as screen time? What if all you see are the spines? What if all you see is the tail? What counts as Godzilla screen time?
Counts? And I'm pretty sure the lowest screen time for at least a while was Monster Zero. The one everybody loves.
Sure, yeah, it was Monster Zero, and that's one of the most beloved entries in the entire franchise.
I feel like the screen time argument becomes a little bit more distinct when your favorite characters who aren't Godzilla are being reduced to like fleeting cameos, and sometimes said cameos aren't adding anything to the actual story. Those are the only instances where I'm like thinking about screen time being like, okay, was that necessary, or could we have done something a little bit more enriching? And you probably all know who I'm referring to.
Donnie, I feel like you're really giving a lot of Final Wars vibes here, like the big criticisms back then.
I love Final Wars. I used to be one of these super anti-Final Wars people. But then, like, a decade ago, some switch flipped in my brain, and I watched, and I was like, this is fine. And I've changed my tune. However, like, when it comes to questions about screen time, I don't care about Godzilla's screen time. We know Godzilla's gonna get screen time, like, let's be honest.
He's in the movie.
But the other characters, like Hedorah in Godzilla Final Wars, like, basically was in there for like a millisecond. And the marketing that we saw was very, like, we saw all of them marketed heavily at that time. So
I love how that Hedorah suit had more screen time in the short film. that came out a few years ago.
I just wanted to make that point because I know like everybody's like we are exhausted about screen time conversations. However, I do think in certain contexts they're worth talking about.
In certain, I think in certain contexts, to completely back that up and maybe rephrase a little of what we've been saying, screen time is worth discussing, but it's not a black or white way to criticize a film.
Right.
Agreed.
My main issue was that I'm not opposed to this being part of the conversation.
Oh no,
but it became the criteria by which it made or break it. It could make or break a Godzilla film, and that's what really annoyed me because, and also it was being inconsistently applied. So you complain, okay, Godzilla gets 8 minutes in this movie, and Godzilla gets 5 minutes in these Showa era movies, and you love them. I need consistency here. Or if you're going to use screen time as criteria to criticize this film, you need to explain to me what makes it different here compared to here. And that's not the kind of nuanced, deep thinking conversation I was getting. It was just a very surface level complaint that became the make or break.
Well, it's because it requires you to think a little bit about the films and about filmmaking. So if one film gives you less screen time, but people really like it, and one film gives you a few more minutes of screen time, but people don't, now you got to think about it. What's the difference? Is it the characters? Do we like the characters in one film more than the other? Is the directing sharper? Are we being carried along by the plot and the story? Maybe this film has a villain in it that's interesting and the other one doesn't. Maybe one has no villain and that's more interesting than the villain in this one. Maybe there's metaphor in this one. Maybe it's personal taste. Maybe this one's serious and this one's silly and you like one more than the other. And asking people to think that hard and that consistently on the internet, sorry.
I know I'm asking a lot there. Now, now I don't want to necessarily back up too much with the conversation because I don't know if we were just going to go around to different people or we're just doing it by subject. Now, I understand people's complaints with the characters, just to give my 2 cents on that real quick. And I think I understand what Edwards was attempting with the story he was telling. I will admit it's still a little bit weird, and we can play a lot of what if games. I've seen some YouTubers who have done this about, if they didn't kill Brody's dad, what could have happened? Could the film have been improved? I think the idea with what they were doing there was they were taking the bold subversive move to say, if we're willing to kill off a main cast member played by a big actor halfway through this movie, nobody is safe for the rest of this movie. So I think that was the intention, and we can debate all day whether or not that was successful. And as for Ford himself, he never bothered me. Maybe it's because I grew up in a military family and I was around people who were like him. I've had a friend or two who have similar personalities. So it didn't bother me that he was not that flashy of a character, because I think the intention is that he's in the military, but he's meant to be an everyman. He's not meant to be a larger than life. He's not Nick Adams, okay? He's not this super charismatic young astronaut who's going to go visit Planet X and all of that sort of stuff. He's meant to be more grounded, just like the film itself is meant to be more grounded. So I would argue it might have more to do with people's personal tastes than anything else, but I could be wrong on that.
So I'm going to jump in here and kind of bring us back to the discussion of the story. I think that one of the biggest problems of 2014 is it has arguably one of the most intense and one of the most enriching first 5 minutes in any Godzilla movie. The opening in Janjira with Joe and Sandra is amazing. The acting is flawless. The writing is on point. The cinematography, and that is the one consistency from the opening to the end, is the cinematography in the film is absolutely stunning. That is one thing that I have learned to appreciate and love as time has went on, is just how much of an eye for the camera Gareth Edwards has. But that opening establishes so much, because in that opening you get the death of a major character. Like, it's his mother, it's his wife. You see through Bryan Cranston's flawless acting just how impactful this is. And then we get that exact same thing like 25 minutes later when Joe dies, and we see Aaron Taylor Johnson's Ford reacting. And it's like not even half of what the opening was. So we get the same event twice. It gets worse as time goes on, and Ford has no character arc. He is not, he doesn't have that story. He's along for the ride. He's literally just the audience along for the ride. From the beginning in Janjira, where he's a student watching, like, all he does throughout the movie is watch. He tries to interact, but at the end of the day, these monsters are larger than life. He cannot impact what they're doing as much as each monster can.
I will admit that one thing I was expecting until the senior Brody died was I did think that this was going to be a story about a father and son who were estranged reconnecting while all of this crazy monster stuff is going on. I don't know if that was too predictable, too obvious, and Edwards decided to surprise everyone. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I don't know. For me, it's one of those things where Joe had a very obvious story you could tell. Like, he went from this husband, this father, this guy who's running a nuclear reactor, to this crackpot cuckoo theorist who is told he's crazy. And you could have created a compelling story about Joe proving his reality, like coming to the realization that he's not crazy, that all the stuff he's been fighting for is real. But we don't get that. Instead, we get Ford and Ford's journey from Janjira to San Francisco, back to Janjira to San Francisco. It's, for him, it's a back and forth almost.
Building off that point, Kim, can you highlight the two most recent comments by Beaturi and Goji? I think I hope I pronounced that correctly.
I was going to bring this up.
So you say protagonists aren't required to have a character arc to be considered well written, and then you go on to say neither do they have to be active. I agree with both of those. However, what they both need, here is what protagonists need. They need to have a clear motivation. Like that, like at the end of the day, that is what really connects an audience to a character, is clearly understanding what that person's motivation is in the story. Now, feel free to disagree with me, but I found Ford Brody's motivation to be a little bit uncertain. Like, even as a child, like, I kind of think that kind of became like the sole purpose of the character, was you don't really understand that character's motivation, and the character goes through numerous losses, but like, is it his commitment to the military that's his motivation? Is it his family that's his motivation? Does that make sense? How it's kind of like the motivations are torn a little bit?
I don't think I've ever struggled understanding Ford's motivation because early on in the movie when he goes to Janjira, it's because, oh, Dad called me and no one else is going to take Dad seriously. I'm going to go find him, and if I have to, I can bring him home.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was clear to me. After his dad dies, it's, I want to go home to my family. That's why we keep cutting back and seeing the wife and son a lot to remind the audience, this is what he's trying to get home to. And I know this might seem like a bit of an insane comparison, but in some ways, mild ways perhaps, it's not unlike the Odyssey, where you have Odysseus trying to get home to his wife and his kingdom. That's the whole reason. That is his whole motivation for going on that entire journey after he's been gone for years. I want to get home. And I mean, even to be honest, that's Marty McFly in Back to the Future. What's his motivation? I want to go home.
But we get building off that, that's a great point that you made, but I think we get more understanding of Odysseus's motivation through the numerous conflicts that he experiences throughout that narrative, right? Whereas, like, I mean, in a film of this nature, that's like a very short window for a character to be developed, right?
Mhm.
So I think that Ford Brody could have experienced a little bit more that maybe could have helped us develop that connection to his family as well. Because honestly, like, the family dynamic, it was really hard to, at least for me, make an emotional connection with the family because we don't really see much of the family aside from those fleeting moments. But then again, that's just my opinion. It's just my opinion.
And to add on to that, Donnie, I think one of the other unfortunate aspects of the story is, so he's trying to protect his family. He's trying to go home to his family.
Mm-hmm.
If he's trying to go home to his family, he's taking the longest route possible to get there. He could simply get a flight from Japan to San Francisco, but he chooses to not do that. Now, granted, Monarch does kind of take him on a side tangent momentarily, but then they say, we can send you right back. Like, you can go straight back to San Francisco, but he does not take them up on that.
Mm-hmm.
He stays in the military to keep going. So that drive of I want to go home eventually turns into I want to go home, but I'm going to fight this. But then he also says, I'm trying to defend my family, but his son is safe. Once they get across the Golden Gate Bridge, his son is like perfectly fine for the rest of the film.
But he's a military man, and when you are in the military, duty will supersede a lot of things.
And his branch of the military is stopping bombs from happening, and then he goes to drop a bomb.
I would have loved to see more of that internal conflict, though, because like experiencing that level of like, okay, I clearly have a family, but also I have like this very significant commitment. Like I think that would have made the character absolutely more dynamic. Now, it didn't have to be like over dramatic by any stretch of the imagination, but I think seeing that kind of struggle a little bit would have made me feel a little bit more invested in that character's full circle moment, because by the end of the film we see that, you know, everything is reconciled. He saves the day when you think about it, but then he's reunited with the family, and I think that would have made that moment even more, you know, pathos, you know, heavy, if that makes sense.
What's kind of ironic, you know, we're talking about him being in the military and adhering to his duty and all that. You know, that did anyone ever notice that he never once shoots a gun in the entire film?
Yeah.
He always carries them. And there's even that hilarious, every time I watch the movie, it makes me snicker when the Muto is coming, you know, it's like its face is, you know, a couple of feet away from him, and he still pulls out his sidearm and points it at it. I'm like, dude, you're just doing that to make yourself feel better.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's exactly what it is. He's trying to, if I was down there, I'd get like, it's just human instinct. You take anything that's nearby you that you think you can use to defend yourself, and you hold it up and put it between you and the thing that's trying to kill you. It doesn't matter if it's what it is. It's just pull the gun out. It's not going to do anything. It's like duck and cover drills in the 50s. It's a placebo. It's just going to make you feel good. It's not going to actually stop the explosion from vaporizing you.
Yeah. I just think that, you know, that's pretty ironic, but
you know, Donnie, you talking about like the family aspect and kind of that internal conflict. I think a great example of how that works is in Godzilla -1 with Shikishima, who doesn't fulfill his duty, who then feels like he's obligated to fulfill that duty, but he's also established a family, and he has that internal war that he has to fight. And that's his whole, like, that is his driving force for why he wants to kamikaze into Godzilla's mouth. And we see that internal struggle right up to the last second, which I think a lot of people will admit that is a beautiful conflict. And that's something that Ford could have not necessarily had the exact same,
I was going to say
conflict.
that those were very different circumstances.
But the
Right.
same concept of like your duty to your country, your personal values and the family you have all kind of are still relevant to Shikishima and his character, something that Ford I think lacks for the majority of the film.
Hmm.
That's something that Joe actually does have, because he goes after Sandra. He waits to the last second to drop the
Close the doors.
close the doors. He is the last line of defense for Janjira, and he like has that internal struggle of do I kill everybody, or do I save my wife and die with my wife?
Hmm.
We see him have this internal struggle. He saves other people and dies in the line of saving other people. It's a very interesting character who does have those dynamics, that has those internal quarrels, that leads to him being such a memorable character. Now, you could have killed Joe off no matter what. I think that's not necessarily the problem. I think the problem is not letting him have that time to shine, because he shines through every other actor in this movie besides perhaps Ken Watanabe's Shiratorizawa.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I will admit, I do think one disadvantage that the character of Ford has is that Aaron Taylor Johnson is honestly not the greatest actor. And so it could have been that, could have also been a little bit of directorial inexperience on Gareth Edwards' part. This was only his second full-length feature. He made a splash with Monsters, which is how he got Hollywood's attention. And unfortunately, his career since then, he's had what you would think would be some really tremendous highs. I mean, the guy got to direct Godzilla and Star Wars. That is no small feat. And it sounds like, especially with Star Wars, that it was not a great experience. It sounds like he did have a good time with Godzilla at the very least, but he did not have a great time with Rogue One, and then basically disappeared from filmmaking until The Creator last year. So that was basically his big return to form. But even then, that was basically a mid-budget, thoughtful sci-fi movie. So
100 million.
That's really mid-budget anymore at this point, or like low big budget perhaps. It's nothing compared to the likes of like what these Marvel movies and these Star Wars movies have been getting.
How do we feel about the cut Akira Takarada scene?
Put it back.
Same.
Or at the very least, put out a Blu-ray where you can actually see everything, please.
Okay,
And
that's
included.
available. Like that's the 4K. The 4K does that.
4K.
Like,
I was gonna say,
yes.
because when I saw the clip that Kim made, you could actually see everything. I'm like, what are you watching? Because you can see everything.
My phone automatically adjusted the brightness.
So
Apparently, that's how I need to watch this movie from now on.
I really want the promised director's cut and or 10 minutes of deleted scenes that was promised to be on the Blu-ray initially that has been gone. Like it just never showed up.
Yeah. The promise was made. Toho Kingdom has it in print. It's there. Go see it. It's
Yeah.
Now I have sat and watched this film I don't know how many times over the last 10 years. Neat. And I'm not the director, I'm not whatever, I don't know, but watching the scene wherein Takarada's moment would have come, I'm struggling to think about how it would have messed up the pacing enough that it needed trimmed. I know little things get trimmed like that all the time. Maybe there was something else there that made it necessary, but I don't know. Maybe it's the lack of filmmaker in me talking, but I don't see how that scene would have halted the film enough that it needed to be cut after they went to the I don't want to say trouble. That's not the right word, but expense, the effort to bring in this amazing guy to do this scene. And then, It's not the first big cameo for a movie that's been cut in the history of Hollywood. It's nothing new. It's not, and it certainly wasn't, like some kind of active, disrespectful, jab or anything like that. A lot of people took it as that when the news came out that the scene was cut. They were like, well, apparently America hates Akira Takarada. No. The filmmakers hate him. They're racist. I heard that a lot too. Which I'm not going down that road. And I refuse to devote brain power or words to that. We're moving on. But
all I will say is that makes no sense because Ken Watanabe's in the movie.
Thanks for devoting words and brain power to it, Nate. I appreciate that. But you're not
as much
wrong.
as it deserves.
You're not. No, it doesn't even deserve that much. It's stupid. Yeah. But the scene absolutely at the absolute bare minimum should have been included on the Blu-ray as a deleted scene, but it is effectively lost. I keep hearing, like on again, off again rumors that it's popped up on YouTube a few times, and then
I saw it on YouTube.
You saw the scene on it. You're one of the people I've heard who's seen it, and I've never seen it.
I'm guessing I caught it for the 10 minutes it was on YouTube, and then somebody just expunged it.
See, my only thing about that is like that would be backed up. Like that wouldn't just be gone.
It's like, not gone. There's no way. No, like, it's somewhere.
We're in a fandom where Godzilla Heritage got leaked.
This is true.
It would be floating around out there. Somebody would have a Google Drive link that would have been shared probably by now.
If the tease, like the mood piece that isn't even really a teaser, the Comic-Con one we all know, that one was, it was only one blurry picture for, better part of a year, half a year. And then the full thing leaked and almost immediately got yoinked. It was it was out for like maybe a couple of hours one day in late 2013. And then enough people saved it that it was never lost again after that. I remember that day because I had it I found it on YouTube. It was there. And I didn't refresh the page. I kept it open on my phone. And so even though it had been removed, I kept hitting replay. And I kept that page open on my phone until my phone refreshed the page, and alas, it was gone. But I found somebody who had it. They sent me a file of it. Now you can find it everywhere. But my point is, because I don't care anymore, but my point is, I find that hard to believe. Like the Takarada scene has to be on somebody's hard drive somewhere, and I'm shocked that it's not more commonly shared. Like it's not on like archive or something. I don't know. So if it's out there, it just should be on YouTube. Somebody put it up on YouTube. And if somebody takes it down, put it up again somewhere else. At the very least, and we're 10 years in, and the film's been released on Blu-ray multiple times. Minus the 4K edition, every single edition looks like somebody spilled coffee all over it. The film's reputation is unfairly soured just because of that. There are people who fully believe, having 10 years having now passed, that's how the film always looked. It always looked that grainy and dark and murky and unwatched. No. There's proof of it. If you watch the bonus features on the Blu-ray, the bonus features are perfectly lit. So the print is bad. And so 10 years later, they keep reusing the old thing. That's ridiculous. So one of these days, I'm hoping for a nice, cleaned up, like the 4K exists, but like I'm talking for us plebs, I don't have a 4K setup. I will get one eventually, but for folks who don't have that or just have a DVD player, whatever, even the digital versions out there, if you're a digital person, those versions suck. So a nice version with, good bonus material and the deleted scenes, maybe that director's cut. It's probably not something Warner Brothers sees as profitable. This is the movie that never gets put on the Monsterverse box sets. It's always the one they leave off for reasons unknown, but
I think it's included in the new box.
The new one has it. The new one has it, but the generic, a couple different versions of the generic Monsterverse box set that usually includes Skull Island, KOTM, and GVK. Godzilla 2014. It's like the John Travolta GIF. It's not there. It's gone.
Why is it excluded? That's so strange.
G14 erasure is real, and it must end. That's
like, it's not my favorite film, but like I think it deserves its
Yeah.
space, and it's, you know,
If you're gonna put out a MonsterVerse box set, put out a MonsterVerse box set with the MonsterVerse in it. Like, don't leave a movie out. That's ridiculous.
Ton Lives. Sorry if I said butchered your name. To be fair, I tend to skip it a lot when I watch the MonsterVerse. Same. It's not a bad movie by any means, just not as good.
I tend to think it doesn't. For me personally, it's not so much that it's not as good. It's the fact that it feels oddly incongruous now when compared to them, because the very next film, Kong Skull Island, feels it's weird. It feels like it could absolutely take place in that same universe, but it is a little bit more flashy. It's a little wackier. It's a little more surreal in some places. So it's got a different tone, but not completely incongruous. King of the Monsters feels very much like a sequel, but it's taking things in a completely different direction in some ways. It feels like it follows up, but paves the way for something new. GVK, getting a little harder to believe that 2014 is in that world. And then GXK, it's like story's over. We're in complete wacky town.
Yeah.
And so going back 5 films later, 4 in terms of just the continuity without going into prequel territory, and not even including the Monarch Legacy of Monsters, G14 starts to feel more and more like the odd one out, which is not really the first time that's happened with Godzilla. I mean, how many movies into Showa before we got pro wrestling and parody?
Well, three
movies.
In three movies, we went from a very dour drama that happened to have a monster in it to full tilt satire.
Full tilt satirical parody comedy film. They're not I'm not making one-to-one comparisons between Showa and Monsterverse here, but the shift and the speed of it, and it did pivot. Showa did pivot back into seriousness for at least.
I was going to say, that's the interesting thing looking at the Showa series, comparing it to the Monsterverse, because you did have Raids again. Regardless of how you feel about the movie, still does feel like it's of a piece with 2014. Obviously not as good, and for the most part doesn't even really get quite as dark. There's like 1 or 2 moments in it where I'm like, okay, it's close anyway. And then you jump ahead to King Kong versus Godzilla, full tilt satire, crazy at points, and then it tries to pivot back a little bit more with Mothra versus Godzilla, which has some satire in it, but it isn't nearly to the level of wacky that was. And then it was kind of this slow pivot after that until you get to the 70s where it's like a hard left turn there with Hedorah. And then they try to bank it back for the rest of the 70s, but it's still kind of crazy because it was the era of the henshin boom on television. So
I wouldn't say Hedorah's that drastic of a change from.
Dude, did you watch the same movie? That thing is.
I did.
That thing is incredibly weird. I don't say that to criticize the movie. I'm just saying it's incredibly weird compared to what came before it.
I would argue that Hedorah falls in line perfectly with Godzilla's Revenge. Those 2 films fall in line perfectly with each other, and the evolution is very obvious in Hedorah's very relative to 54.
I would say for the environmentalism aspect.
I would agree. So what I'm hearing is that GXK and GVK fit in perfectly. Got it.
No. Well, they fit in with each other. Sure.
That's what I mean.
But that doesn't mean they're good.
We know. It's well documented. Anyway, Kim.
Okay.
I'm handing the conversation back to you before it gets.
All right. Yes. Thank you. All right. Very good, gentlemen. Any more thoughts on 2014 before we move on to Kong Skull Island?
One more small thing. This is the film that taught a 10-year younger me to never, ever, A, trust the marketing for a film, or B, base your what you're expecting from a film off of the marketing. Never do it. Ignore it. Watch the trailers, see what you can find, like pull things out. But when you go into that movie, ditch the trailer, get it out of your head and let the movie happen to you. And do not judge the movie based on what the trailer lied to you about. Don't do it, because a lot of people, I feel like, walked into this film expecting it to be different and then judged it based on what their expectations told them to it was they were going to see, and they didn't really get invested in what they were actually seeing. I'm not saying that's across the board, but I know a lot of people went in with a buildup of what they thought they were going to see, didn't see it, and then didn't judge the film based on what they saw. They judged it based on what they thought they were going to see, and that's not fair to the film. We're going to see now 10 years later that a new generation of fans are going to grow up with this thing without having seen that trailer, and they're just going to go in and think they're going to judge the film based on its own terms and come out with a very different experience than the people like me who followed it from 2009 when it was first announced in a Bloody Disgusting article, all the way up to the early screenings. Every single drop of news came out, I was on it. Every single, like the viral website, I was on it. Every teaser trailer, I was on it. The day the embargo lifted for the toys, I was in front of Toys R Us 10 minutes before they opened, ready to go in and buy the toys. It's one of the first things I did with my driver's license, believe it or not. There's a good story.
That is the most Danny story I've heard.
It really is. It really is. So, and I went in and was thrown for a loop with the film because it's not what the trailer said it was going to be. And that this is the film that taught me that you can't necessarily, like, the trailer is definitely setting you up for something. Like, it has a purpose. I don't want to say it doesn't have a purpose, but you have to judge a film and experience. That's a better word. Experience a film based on the film. And that's it. It's the same reason you can't, like, necessarily say, well, the movie didn't explain this, so I'm going to go read the novelization, and that makes the movie better. It's the argument of, well, don't give me homework, just make a better movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that, but in reverse. Don't necessarily go in and say, well, that line was in the trailer, but it's not in the movie, so therefore the movie's bad. That's not an argument. It doesn't make sense.
The problem with the marketing is with a film is that it doesn't seem like there's always clear communication between filmmaker and the marketing department. And also, so that's why, stuff will be in the trailer that gets cut from the movie. But the really annoying one is, I think studios have caught on to how much people pour over trailers. So now they basically make footage just for the trailer to throw people off.
Mm-hmm.
That happened a lot with the MCU after a while.
I feel like 2014 actively did that as well. See the scene of Godzilla roaring at the closing door at the end of that first trailer. That scene is nowhere to be seen in the film. It's replaced with Godzilla fighting the Muto.
Yeah, I think it's Godzilla, because that was because they were hiding the Mutos.
They were, yes. So it wasn't like deliberate, we erased Hulk from this Infinity War thing. It wasn't like that. Yeah. But there was deliberate, like the monster. They just did that with GXK and Mothra, for crying out loud. They erased a secret. They erased a worst kept secret, but they erased a secret. And so that's what that is.
Surprised.
Oh man, I tried so hard to. I avoided most of it. I saw a toy leak that gave it away, but after that I was like, keep anything Mothra away from me. I want to see it all fresh when the movie comes out.
Matt, that we've had a lot of Mothra merch. Legendary.
Oh my god. Hey, Legendary, I know you're watching.
Yeah.
Where is she at?
We're waiting.
We all know Kaiju
Donny
Kim
and I
is
are
your
coming
favorite
for you.
YouTuber.
Hashtag release the Mothra merch.
Release the Mothra merch.
I want
keychains. I want Playmate toys.
Speaking of which, my friends, I actually unfortunately have to head off. I know it makes me so sad because I really wanted to get to talking about Mothra later, because I would deliver an entire dissertation on it. But Danny, I trust that you will do that for me.
Donny, I have got your back. I will represent the Queen here tonight for the both of us.
And I look forward to listening to it when I watch the playback. So
I gotcha.
But as always, Kim, thank you for having me on. It's always great to hang out with all of you. And know that I adore all of you in the comments as well. Thank you for participating.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for coming, Donny. I'm sorry you can't stay. It makes me so sad.
I know. Hopefully there will be a next time soon. Okay. Have a good rest of your night, everyone.
Bye.
See you later, Donny.
Yeah, see ya.
And as we say goodbye to Donny, we say hello to Michael.
Oh!
Well.
my gosh! Kaiju Kim, Queen of the Fabulous Empire, dragged this man out of semi-retirement. I love it.
It's only because I will do absolutely anything for Kim whatsoever.
This is true. That's why I'm here.
I will do any.
This was a better kept secret than Shimo. Bringing Michael into the stream.
Yes, I will do absolutely anything for Kim because I love Kim. And I'm not going to be here long because 5 a.m. comes early, but just wanted to pop in and see what everybody's doing. I caught a little bit of the stream and I heard Nathan rumbling or mumbling about something, but and then Elijah obviously has probably went through the whole I hate the Monsterverse shtick. Adam Wingard is the devil, yada yada yada. Danny, Pollyanny Danny, because I love him so much, has probably sung the praises of the Monsterverse and said something along the lines of, you know what, more Godzilla is always good Godzilla. Kim, you have remained neutral pretty much the whole time, I'm sure.
Wow, he's got us all pegged.
Glad you're all cut up now.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Obviously on Kaiju Kim.
Well, yes. So apparently, so Adam Wingard killed Elijah's dog.
I have.
That actually did
happen. Dog analogy, actually.
How much of the stream did you hear? My goodness.
Yeah, Michael. By the way, your mic is a little hot. I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, thank you, buddy. I've been working out. I appreciate that. Oh, you said my mic. Sorry, wrong mic. Oops.
Nice work. I gotta say.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, baby.
No, it only works when Michael does it. I'm sorry. All right, children.
It comes with a degree of Southern charm that you don't have, Nathan.
I know. I'm just playing along because
you and your Midwestern.
You keep
charm.
telling me I have a purty mouth. I'm just saying.
What? I have never said anything like that.
You're a liar.
I have never said
it. The next movie on the list, right? Like,
right, Kong Skull Island. About Kong Skull Island.
It's got a monkey in it. It's got a couple.
Is that a monkey?
I came in at this part of the Monsterverse. Aw, boo.
Yeah. All right. So, Michael, since you just joined us, why don't you give us your thoughts about which is clearly your favorite Monsterverse movie? It's from the reaction to it.
It is. Okay.
Really? I thought it was GVK.
Oh. Well, I have actually it's GXK is now my new favorite. Because, I'm a whore for just schlocky fun.
One.
What?
That's strike.
It says strike one. That is not, you can say that on stream. That's not a bad word. Come on. Anyway, so Kong Skull Island. Okay, so so Kong Skull Island is arguably the best film of the Monsterverse. I don't think anyone will debate me. I don't think anyone will argue with me on that. Even Elijah won't argue with me on that. It's arguably the best film of the Monsterverse.
Kaiju Nerdo 5 agrees with you.
It is not my favorite, although, but it's up there. It's like it's incredibly entertaining, and it doesn't necessarily feel like the rest of the Monsterverse, Kong Skull Island. It feels like its own separate thing, does it not? I think so.
I think so. Although I do think it is a nice transition point between 2014 and KOTM in that regard.
Right. For what because the transition into KOTM. King of the Monsters. The acronym sounds funny. Where they started going more hard sci-fi. Now it became more obvious with GVK when they started doing the more schlocky like hard sci-fi, which is fine. Like I don't hate it, but Kong Skull Island just feels like a different movie than the rest of the Monsterverse. It almost doesn't feel like it belongs in the Monsterverse in a way. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just not the biggest Kong fan. Maybe I'm just not the biggest Kong fan. I'm sorry, Danny. I love you.
I was gonna say there's another entry in the Monsterverse that I would definitely say doesn't belong because it doesn't feel like it's of a piece. But So you're definitely talking about 2014. 2014 doesn't feel no.
We all know what he's talking about, and we'll get we're loose order, settle down. Okay.
I was just gonna say, unless we're gonna talk about,
we're gonna execute Order 66 on you, Nathan.
Anyway, GXK is a masterpiece. I will fight anyone. I may not be long enough. I may not be here long enough to argue my point. So I'm just gonna drop that bomb now. GXK is a masterpiece, and I cried tears of joy when I watched that movie. I will say that GXK is a better movie than -1. I'm just gonna go on. I believe GXK is a better movie than -1. I had so much more fun with it. I honestly, if Adam Wingard directed -1, I think -1 would have been a much better film. What?
And scene, folks.
Right.
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Did I say something? Did I say something bad? I don't know.
I'm just seeing Elijah's brain hemorrhage right now. Yeah, I
So,
mean,
Danny, Conkle Island, what'd you think?
Michael, you
I'm just here to be the
insulted.
agent of chaos.
Yes, you are, and you insulted Elijah's poor wife. I'm just saying, the man only saw -1 so many times he married it.
30.
Oh, Elijah, I'm your #1 fan too. I just saw your tag. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Oh.
So Kong Skull Island is a pretty okay, everybody just kind of stop talking and let me go. Cool. Okay, cool. Sweet, let's do this. So Kong Skull Island. Kong Skull Island is rock freaking solid. It's so good. You guys, I'm not a ranker. I don't like ranking the movies. That's never been my thing. But if you were to hold a gun to my head and say on an objective level, what's the best of the bunch? I think this is the my give up. Anyway, I think that okay. I think it's the
Why are you pointing a gun at me?
Hold on. How do I do this? Wait a minute.
Just point them both at Nathan. Let's just point them both at Nathan.
All right. This is why we're not giving a firearm to Elijah.
I feel like he's making at least one good decision with right now with one of them. Sorry, Michael. I'm just kidding.
Right,
no, Kong Skull Island rocks. Kong Skull Island was an interesting one. I mean, I love Kong. I love King Kong. So even if this wasn't a Monsterverse thing, this would have been a film I would have been all. Well, originally, it was not a Monsterverse thing, but no matter what, it would have been a film I was all over. You know what I mean?
Which actually brings up an interesting question. Did anybody? No. Did anyone go into this not thinking it was a Monsterverse film?
It literally said from the producers of Godzilla.
I was going to say, because I have heard stories from people who went in not knowing it was, which baffles me.
I mean,
okay, it was established from the beginning that it was.
Literally from the beginning, but it's, I mean, I suppose if you're not as into this stuff as us nerds are, it might have gone over somebody's head. Like that's
nerd alert.
It's a perspective that none of the five of us here can really have because we followed the news, from the producers of all this, and like the minute really right at the beginning, the Monarch is established, like what, 6 minutes into the movie or something, like we know. But maybe somebody who didn't see 2014 or didn't have a frame of it could slip past their radar. But no matter what, this was going to be a movie I was into. All the Kong films are incredibly near and dear to my heart. And the thing that really stunned me about this one, again, regardless of its presence in the Monsterverse or not, is the fact that it's so it's got the elements that but the elements that are there are remixed, and everything else, including the legendary Kong story, and I don't mean Legendary Pictures Kong, I mean the legendary original story of Kong, the story that goes back to the 30s, the one that's been remade multiple times, both officially and not officially, quote unquote. But all of that is thrown out the window. There's no film crew. There's no Andero. There's no Carl Denham. There's no Empire State. But like that's not a thing. This is an entirely new, fresh, original story. It takes the idea of Kong. It takes the idea of Skull Island. It takes the idea of the weird creatures on the island and the expedition and some of the character tropes here and there. And it throws those basic, vague ideas in a blender with a new story, pulls it all out, and what you get is a wholly unique Kong story that, for the first time, really, unless you count, like the Toho films for sure, but those were one-off things and don't really necessarily connect. And then some of the sequels, this is the moment where Kong finally, after at the time, 80 what would that have been, 84 years, finally broke out of the mold of the original story and is hopefully getting a chance, like at that time, and now we can really see that it's happening, getting a chance to have his own adventure. He's getting a chance to expand beyond that original tale with a story that is able to be expanded upon in the same way Godzilla's is. Because the thing about Kong is that he's, you know, that original film is so freaking perfect that he's been landlocked into it for almost his entire career. Kong is, when reinterpreted, is usually reinterpreted within the framework of people go to island, they exploit him, they take him back, he dies after falling off a building, that whole thing. This film said, actually, no, we're going to pivot. And we're going to give him a launching point for basically, we're going to kind of do what Godzilla has been afforded for all these years, a chance at reinvention and continuation without an ending that absolutely has to include being murdered and falling off of a building.
Yeah.
He's broken free of that, and this is the beginning of that. And in addition to that, it's not just good for Kong's overall health as a franchise character, because he is now a franchise character. It's not self-contained stories with one sequel apiece now. And it's not, you know, Toho stuff. It's its own thing. And as its own, it's a wonderful example of that. And it's just a wonderful, fun action adventure, shockingly horrific on occasion, sometimes very funny, sometimes very serious adventure film. And there's nothing more Kong than that.
Yeah, I was going to say the best thing that the Skull Island movie did, as you very eloquently put it, Danny, was it broke Kong out of this mold that he's been stuck in because that original movie is so perfect. But one of the things I think is brilliant about this, because even the two Toho films, in some form or another, stuck to the original movie to varying levels. Even something as wild as King Kong Escapes still has the expedition to an island, catch the ape, exploit the ape, take it away from the island. That is all still there. Now and you know, climbing a building at the end. Now both of them diverge by not having Kong die at the end. So, you know, credit there. But this one, what I think is brilliant about it is that it still has those certain elements: the giant ape, Skull Island, the untamed, absolutely insane megafauna on this exotic island. Now, it's not dinosaurs, but you know, it's still these wild creatures inhabiting this island. The story is completely different, but the story is still coming from the same sort of pulp adventure fiction heritage that the original cloth that the original film was cut from. You know, it was cut from the cloth of, like, you know, the pulp adventure stories like Doc Samson, the Edgar Rice Burroughs, even Joseph Conrad. And that's all here because a journey to the quote unquote heart of darkness was always part of that. I know I'm getting very literary with all of this. So I agree with you. You know, it's very different, but it's also still distinctly Kong, which is what I really love about it. And also, I would like to point out, this arguably has one of the best casts in the entire Monsterverse, because my word, everybody in this is famous. You know, John Goodman, Samuel L. Jackson, the
Tom Hiddleston,
Brie Larson, Tom Hiddleston, like half the cast.
John C. Reilly, the MVP,
who's one of my favorite Monsterverse characters. Like, half this cast is MCU alums, which is just bonkers. It's like an Avengers movie that's not an Avengers movie.
It's just because the MCU has cast literally everybody, and
I know.
Cast a movie now without casting an MCU person.
Well, this is true, but like the MCU made Tom Hiddleston famous.
Yes,
you know,
and this is also pre-Captain Marvel for Brie. But at that point we all knew that she was going to be Captain Marvel, so she was an up and coming. So it definitely still counts 100%.
Yeah, it definitely still counts. And you know, and Samuel L. Jackson is known for like everything at this point, but but that incarnation of Nick Fury was modeled after him, and you know, so casting him in this post MCU, you know, at that point, you know, people are going to make those comparisons, although they also draw attention to his smaller role in Jurassic Park, as he brings back one of his famous lines, you know, hold on to your butts, you know,
He gets
So-
to say the thing. He said the thing.
He said the thing. But I will say, like, John C. Reilly, that I love that character. Like that, like for the characters for me in Skull Island are mostly okay. I do appreciate Samuel L. Jackson's very Captain Ahab sort of take on the military, on this military commander, taking advantage of the time and setting in which it was done. And, but I love this idea of this time lost fighter pilot.
Oh, Omni.
Oh, Omni. Yeah.
Snazzy, give Omni the phone back. Let him type.
Please. But I love this character of this time lost fighter pilot who's been surviving for 3 decades and doesn't know what's going on. So he's a little bit of an anachronism, but it's just, and he's been surviving on the island the entire time, and you're not quite sure if he's crazy or not. Because sometimes you think he's playing it up because he knows people think he's crazy. And other times you're like, you might actually be crazy. I don't know where to go. And the scene during the credits is one of the most touching scenes in the entire Monsterverse. I have to say, like, I know that was a late addition to the movie because the test audiences loved him so much that they wanted just a little bit more resolution to his story. So Jordan Vogt Roberts put that all together, and I think it was a brilliant touch to make it look like a Super 8 film with no sound, and because it really entrenches it in that moment in time, and actually kind of builds off of the motif they were playing with earlier on with the Mason that was Brie Larson, because she's a photographer, and they use a lot of her photographs throughout the film to also entrench it in its era as well.
So I'm going to jump in here finally after that monologue.
Okay.
Okay. This is going to be an interesting attempt at explaining my opinion. So, admittedly, what I'm about to say, I cannot fully develop yet because I've only recently learned about this. And shout out to my good friend Grattan Conwell from the podcast Giant Monster BS for opening my eyes to how Kong Skull Island is arguably one of the most original Monsterverse movies and also one of the most rip-off Monsterverse movies. I'm only knowledgeable in this because I watched the trailer. I need to watch the movie before I fully create an opinion on this. But I can't help but think that Kong Skull Island is literally just Apocalypse Now, but with CGI. Like, if you watch the trailer, it's like shot-for-shot remake. It's like a shot-for-shot remake.
I've seen Apocalypse Now. I know.
So,
I can vouch for that.
I can't help but think that as much as Kong Skull Island is good, all of its good aspects are because Jordan Vogt Roberts went and like literally reshot Apocalypse Now.
There is a lot of Apocalypse Now.
There is
a lot of, plot. I mean, we got a character named Conrad, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And we also have the sunset shots. I mean, when the film came out, and this is to completely back this up, there was a poster released. It was the IMAX poster, and I think you know where I'm going with this, Elijah. The IMAX poster. Hey, there it is. Omni's beat me to it.
Yep.
The IMAX poster is literally Apocalypse Now, right down to the font. Now, it's very similar to what was done a handful of years ago with Joker and King of Comedy. Those two films are, Joker is basically practically a reshot version of King of Comedy with a couple of other film inspirations thrown in for good measure. So,
Taxi Driver.
A little bit, Taxi Driver. So it's, and then of course it has De Niro in it. So it's very clearly going after that. There are certainly a lot of different ways you could come out of that, like comparing the films and saying, well, this is this and that is that. And does that take away artistic merit? Does that, Is that okay? Is that cool? Is it worth docking points for that? Like, I'm not sure where I would fall on that. All I know is I enjoy both. But Elijah, you've definitely like that's out of all of them. You can definitely see a lot of Spielbergisms in G14. And you can see a lot of not necessarily Coppola-isms, but definitely like a lot of echoes of Apocalypse Now. And the other Monsterverse films don't do that. Like this is the one that's most overtly parroting something else in terms of its cinematography and like, maybe not so much its tone, because Apocalypse Now is not a fun.
No, it's very, very dour. I don't, and I don't think Vogt Roberts ever. I think Vogt Roberts actually was pretty.
He was open
about saying, he was very open about it. So
he was not shy about it.
He wasn't shy about it at all. No, and he wasn't shy about any of the other influences.
Cannibal Holocaust.
Cannibal Holocaust.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Yeah. But I just, it's one of those things where after kind of hearing that and like getting introduced to that criticism, it's kind of hard for me to look at Kong Skull Island the same. It's a very recent thing for me, but I can't help but feel like, because, okay, so like in Godzilla Kong the New Empire, we all know about the shot of the graffiti Godzilla artwork and the homage to -1. You can see it. It's not like 1-to-1. I can get behind that. I can get behind influences. I can get behind inspiration. That's fine. Everybody does that. My biggest problem is the fact that instead of influences, Roberts, like, it's almost like a Ju-on versus The Grudge situation, where if you watch Ju-on The Grudge and then you watch The Grudge, you watch the same movie twice, just with different actors. Shot for shot remake.
Yeah.
Like, there's no creative merits in those two films.
It's like Psycho,
there is
remake of Psycho. Shot with different actors.
Yeah. It's admittedly it's been a while since I've seen Apocalypse Now. I should probably watch it again in light of this.
If you just go watch the trailer, anybody who's watching, you'll kind of get what I'm talking about. Like, there's shots of like people in Vietnam that are like literally replaced with the Iwi in Skull Island, and it's the exact same shot. There's shots of it's beautiful. Like the scenery is beautiful. Same cinematography, same look. Shots of the helicopters dropping bombs, same cinematography, same look. Floating on the rivers of Skull Island, taken straight from Apocalypse Now. Like it's like you can see it. It's not even like a secret. It's very blatant. That being said, I do I think Skull Island's the best one. I think it's the most fun. It has the best visual style. But in light of that, like of learning that, it's like, well, maybe my love for this is kind of because I like good cinematography, and the cinematography in this film is taken from somebody who knew how to do good cinematography.
I'm just saying, I need you to watch Apocalypse Now and then
I want to
love it.
I want to. Like, after learning all this, like, before I even talk about Skull Island on my podcast or anything, like, I'm going to watch Apocalypse Now because I want to know and understand that context for why it is the way it is. And maybe Cannibal Holocaust. I've watched the knockoff version. I need to watch the original.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Have a bowl next to you.
Well, Cannibal Forenza was pretty easy to sit through. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, honestly, it's not so much like the fake icky stuff. I'm not gonna say, but it's the animal stuff that I can't watch it. I can't do it. I'm not gonna get into any more specifics, but if you know, then you know. I'll leave it at that. But there's stuff in that movie I'm not crazy about watching. It'll just make me sad. But anyway, yeah, there's a very clear Cannibal Holocaust reference in Kong Skull Island when the guy gets spidered in the mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Spidered.
Mother Longlegs, I think.
Mother
Yes,
long
mother
legs.
long legs.
One of the only Skull Island critters to actually get a toy when the film came out, which was kind of interesting. The Lannard line only made a Big Kong, a Skull Crawler, and the Mother Longlegs, and then the rest of it were vehicle packs, the helicopter, the boat.
Wasn't there a Psycho Bird or something?
Yeah, he was packaged with one of the military sets. So there were 3 Skull Island creatures and then a Kong. And then the rest of them were all just taken from their other, I don't remember the name of it, but they have a kind of generic G.I. Joe-esque line of toys, and they just repainted it to look like Skull Island stuff. Fun fact. There you go. There you go. But yeah, so Kim?
Hi.
Hi there. What are your thoughts? You haven't told us yet.
Well, we basically touched on it already, and like I like that it is not tied to the original Kong in any way, really. I mean, there's a few subtle callbacks, like where he briefly held like what's her name, Mason, in his hand, like with the
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, it was a new story, but with a familiar character, and I like what they were going with. Like, he's not fully grown, like that's implied in the film.
Yeah,
and he's in his element for the entire film, and not take it away to a strange land. And there's nothing really tragic about him, but you still find yourself rooting for him, except for
his loneliness.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's a lonely boy.
Except for we get that. That's a little tragic.
Yeah, because as my friend Dallas Moore of Geek Devotions and I established when I did an episode about this, Monsterverse Kong is Batman.
That's true.
Because his parents die, and now he's lonely and trying to take care of the island, and all these other monsters are just constantly causing trouble, and he's
I
Batman.
never made that connection before. That's so true.
Kong the Vigilante. We do need to park for just a second and admire how cool the skull crawlers are, though.
They are some of
cool.
I would say they're one of the best original kaiju to come out of the.
Are they original?
Monsterverse. I get
there
is the 2-legged lizard.
They're original enough. They're original enough.
They're original enough. And there is speaking of which, there is a really nice little public domain lensed reference to the original film in here with the ship.
The Wanderer.
The Wanderer name as opposed to the Venture name for legal reasons that if we stop to talk about, we'll be here for a year. So we're not going to do that. But that's nice. It's just a fun movie. I love a good go to the island and there are a bunch of monsters on the island trying to kill you kind of a movie. Like, those are just fun. Like Jurassic Park is that kind of franchise, at least for a hot minute. The Kong movies are like that. It is kind of a fun Vietnam era Lost World kind of a thing.
Yeah, I really appreciated how they used that moment in history to their advantage in this.
They did. Good soundtrack too. I mean, they got Creedence Clearwater Revival on a King Kong soundtrack. That's a win.
my dad's favorite band, weirdly enough.
He's got good taste.
Yeah. And can we admire how this film has continued the Monsterverse tradition of Mortal Kombat style finishers for the final monsters?
Yeah, we do need to talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, the Kiss of Death is probably my favorite Godzilla finisher out of all of them. But because we all know, you go into this and you're thinking, is Kong gonna break somebody's jaw? Because he always does. It's his trademark move. And there's an homage to it, but we don't do it.
He almost does, and then he ends up disemboweling it through the mouth. Nasty. So gross. And Mason was in his hand the whole time, which I find disturbing.
Let's be. I hope Mason appreciates the fact that she was unconscious the whole time. Otherwise, she was going to need a therapy all the way up to KOTM in the timeline.
I mean, honestly, she's probably still in therapy right now. Yeah. She'd be in her 80s or something. She's like, no, back in the 70s, there was this monkey. And I got
Sure,
eaten
Grandma, let's
by
get
a
you to bed.
snake with 2 legs and a big skull face, and it was, I'm sorry, that daggone nearly ate me. It
Yep.
was-
Also, we got to talk about the post-credit scene, which is probably I think one of the most entertaining parts of the entire movie, because I love how it actually starts off kind of meta. Because the screen, all the credits go by and the screen is blank, and then you hear Tom Hiddleston say, "Are you just gonna sit there?"
Fair. I was told, so this is funny. So my good buddy Robert Montserrat, who might still be in the chat, don't know if he is, but he was here, who is one of like the planet's definitive King Kong enthusiasts. He lives, eats, breathes Kong, and he actually got to see the film maybe like a day before I did. This is one of the rare times I didn't get to go to an early screening. I saw it a day or two later. And hey, there's Robert. He's here. So, Robert, you texted me and said, "Movie is rad. Stay past the credits. Trust me on this one," or something like that. And I'm one of those losers that sits and watches through the credits on everything anyway. So I wouldn't have left anyway. But knowing that something was coming, I was
so you were ruined before Marvel movies.
I'm not ruined. I believe
It's
in
a
sitting
joke, man.
I know it's a joke, Marchand. But yeah, I sat and that. Okay, we've had a lot of post-credit things over the years, right? I mean, Godzilla was doing post-credit scenes during the Millennium Era. So it's not new to the franchise, but that post-credit stinger, to this day, it has been 7 years. Good Lord. 7 years. We've gotten 3 other films and 2 other TV shows and blah, 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 pile of comics. The surprise, like clearly that post-credit stinger, for anybody who's seen those movies and isn't going through them for the first time, is not going to surprise anyone. And I kind of figured that's what was going to happen anyway, but it doesn't matter. That post-credit stinger is like it's beautiful. It's like Kong is not the only king. And it's like the post-credit stinger that every Godzilla fan ever wanted in their whole lives. A post-credit stinger that teases Rodan, Mothra, and Ghidorah, and technically Godzilla because of its placement in the timeline. Are the best post-credit stinger of any movie, maybe ever. Potentially. Not really, but it's definitely up there for me. And to this day, I watch it and I'm sitting there like, oh, there's Mothra's going to be in the next one. Oh wait, that was 7 years ago. I don't care. This is still cool. I love that post-credit stinger. It still hypes me up to this day. And I remember grinning like an idiot in the theater. And as the screen went dark and the Godzilla roar filled up the theater, I literally just sat there and like laughed to myself in the theater. I was just like,
Yes.
yes, Monster. yes.
And if I remember correctly, I think it's really only one of 2 times the Monsterverse has done that. KOTM had a post credit, but I don't think any of the other ones did.
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
That's those are the only 2 that have done it, and they don't need them. But the other fun thing is like the last 2 again fall into that camp I mentioned earlier of, you know, King of the. Let me go back a second here. G14 was made hoping that there'd be more, but with no plans, so no post credit. But King of the Monsters was made. Well, Skull Island and King of the Monsters were made both knowing that there would be other films. There were 3 films planned at that point: a Kong film, a Godzilla sequel, and a crossover. And Godzilla versus Kong could very well have been the last one. So why put a stinger in there? And then they probably made GXK thinking it could be the last one also, but without knowing how it would perform, why put a credit stinger there too? Or maybe it's just an Adam Wingard thing. Maybe he doesn't like stingers. I don't know. But either way, the last 2 have not had them. And I think part of that is just the expectation that there should be no expectation about whether the series is going to continue or not. So why tease something that might not get made? But either way, the one in this movie, chef's kiss.
Yeah, which is, it's interesting because I do think the Monsterverse, by doing, you know, by having these post-credit scenes, because that was a trend started by Marvel with the MCU. But I do wonder if Legendary is trying to take a few cues from what's happening with the Monsterverse, because I've gone on record as saying that despite the fact that it's much smaller by comparison to the MCU, that at this point, regardless of how well it's been doing this, it's almost the last cinematic universe standing at this point, because all the rest of them have either fallen apart, some faster than others. Looking at you, Dark Universe. One movie and you died.
One freaking movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're in the process of failing. So,
Marvel's not out yet. They're not out yet. They're getting close, and they're a mess right now, but I wouldn't count them out yet. They've got way too much money riding on this. We've got a new DC thing happening here soon, however that's going to turn out, and that's it. I mean, we're getting close to there being a Nintendo one here pretty soon, because we're going to get another Mario and a Zelda movie here soon.
Yeah, which is wild. But
and there's also there have been murmurings of various other ones. That what now?
The Mattel Cinematic Universe.
Mattel, yeah, we're gonna get Mattel.
Yeah.
Hasbro,
Hasbro wants to do a Hasbro verse.
A GI Joe Transformers crossover is happening.
Yeah,
and then,
well, because they teased that in Rise of the Beast.
Yeah, and they're actually following it up now. And then the only other one that I particularly would lose my mind if they actually did, the people who just did the Electric Mayhem show really want that to be the kickstart for a Muppet universe, an interconnected series of Muppet movies and shows. I would lose my mind if that happened. That would be absolutely outstanding. The Muppets need love, darn it. But really, as of right now, it's just a lot of potential ones, and then one that's not doing so hot right now, and the Monsterverse, which keeps making bank.
So allow me to throw out an idea, and this is just an idea. The Monsterverse is not a cinematic universe. It is it's a sub-franchise with 5 movies, only one of them being remotely disconnected from the others, plus the 2 TV shows. Like, when you think about it, it's Godzilla, Kong, Godzilla 2, Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla and Kong, Godzilla and Kong, and then Monarch and Skull Island.
It's more, I see what you mean. It's more like a franchise with 2 TV show spin-offs.
Yeah. Which is so in a lot of ways, it's kind of like early MCU. I would go, although those had more individual franchises at this point. I do agree with you, Elijah, because you and I have had a conversation about this. I do think the Monsterverse would benefit from expanding and utilizing other characters. Who those would be, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they necessarily have to be Toho monsters, but I mean, I like I said, I'm not sure what that's going to look like. I've heard some rumblings about trying to do some spin-off movies with some of the Toho monsters. I would argue that Warner Brothers has a few other usable monsters in their back catalog. They could use
Black
the
Scorpion.
Redisaurus. I know there's supposedly a Them remake being made. I would think
those aren't
that
bankable names, though, is the problem. Like, who's going to go see the giant? Like, you'd have to have the level of trust that Marvel got, where they could say, "Here's the Guardians of the Galaxy," but we're also, 6 years into this thing, and you trust us now, so we can resurrect this obscure thing. Monsterverse isn't there to the point where they can say, "Here's the return of the Redisaur. Y'all been waiting for that, right? Right?" And all the nerds are like, "Absolutely," but everybody else is like, "What the heck's that?" They could expand into this will make Omni happy if he's still out there. Cryptids.
Yep. Yeah, he's actually said that they should do like a kaiju-ified version of the Loch Ness Monster as part of this. That might be the route to go.
We're probably going to get that. That's basically one of the shows, to my understanding.
There's a Monarch outpost in Scotland. What else could it be?
But the biggest problem with the idea of Warner Brothers characters is I guarantee you Legendary and Warner are not going to work with that. Because as we know it, Legendary has basically agreed that Warner is only going to deal with their Dune distribution and their Monsterverse distribution. Outside of that, Legendary and Warner are done.
There you go, Robert.
Titanus, Nessie.
Mostly what they're over at Sony now. Right?
Yeah,
they're over at Sony.
Yeah. I'm gonna interject here and just say I need to bounce. Sorry I didn't add too much to the conversation. Just wanted to come hang out. But I need to go to bed. I'm exhausted. Long live the Monsterverse. I love you, Kim. I love you,
too,
Danny.
Michael.
I love you, Elijah. So I guess that's it.
So predictable.
But it's
It still doesn't. It's still funny. It's still funny.
It's
Love you
still
too,
funny.
Nathan.
Okay.
It's still funny. All right. Good night, guys.
Okay. Good
we
night.
love you,
Night.
Michael. See you later, man.
Alrighty, and then there were 4. Yeah. We were actually. I was actually gonna,
It's time, I think.
get into the future stuff of the Monsterverse, but I think first we need to get to my favorite Monsterverse film. Can we talk about my favorite Monsterverse film? Can we do that? Okay. Godzilla, King of the Monsters. I love it so much. I know I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there are not glaring flaws. Okay. I know it has its problems, but I don't care. I love it.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now. I mean, even cinematic masterpieces, you put them under enough scrutiny, you're gonna find issues with them.
Exactly. That's exactly. Every film has its problems. This film definitely has its problems, but every time I watch it, it makes me feel like a kid again, and no one can take that away from me. I don't care.
I think this movie's greatest strength, and which is also its greatest weakness, is that it is very much made for fans.
Yeah, absolutely. With all the kaiju, of course, Rodan, Mothra, Ghidorah, of course, and the score. Excuse me.
Best score in the Monsterverse.
Amen.
That's not even.
Bring it back, Bear McCreary. I don't care if I don't care if he does more remakes of Ifuka-based scores. I just want Bear back.
The man wrote what was it? Babylonian, a Babylonian goodbye song for Dr. Serizawa, and then had it retranslated into another. Oh my gosh. Okay. This movie, if we're not careful, I think we might all gush, whether good or bad, about it. But I saw that eyebrow there, Elijah. But this movie,
he wants to be unleashed.
He does. So I'm going to echo what Kim said because she said it perfectly. There was a moment. There were several moments in this one, but there was one specific moment in this film that kicked off a chain reaction of me just immediately becoming a 6-year-old in the theater. And it wasn't even something I necessarily thought would be it, but I feel like every couple of this movie, I'm gonna be real for a second here. So this movie is this movie is probably the Godzilla film I get the most emotional watching, and I could sit here and tell you I don't know why, but I know exactly why. It's because it keeps pushing all of my Godzilla fan buttons. And it's not so much that I'm seeing nostalgic things regurgitated back to me, like, oh, there's that piece of music. Oh, there's that character. Yeah, that's part of it. But to me, the beginning of the film when Mothra hatches, and this is going to be the beginning of my promise to Donnie, where I sing the praises of Mothra, because he and I are on the exact same page with that. But the moment when Mothra is calmed down by the orca, and she has her little moment with the Russells, and the theme echoes in. Oh my God, there's the theme. I can't begin to tell you how important that music is to me, just as a fan of this stuff. That's the Mothra music. Mothra's my favorite kaiju. And that music is it's a part of my genetic makeup. Like Gigantus the fire monster. It's built in. That music is I'm at the stage of my life now whenever I hear that song, I get a little moisture. But when that scene came up and she gets closer and the music kicks in, it was a lot of things. One, it was this big budget, blockbuster film made in Hollywood. And here's Mothra and her music comes in the package. And I'm hearing this song that means a lot to me. And it's in a new context that's opening up all this stuff. But it wasn't just the fact that it was this thing I love being presented back to me. I was sitting there watching this and all I could think was, oh my God, somebody cared. Somebody else out there thinks this music is as special and beautiful as I do and put it in this movie, so that it has a chance to have that same impact on other people like me, and also to create the beginnings of that impact for people who've never heard that music before. And it was I felt the respect. I felt genuine love and respect from that moment, because they could have written they could have written a new piece of music for Mothra like they did with Rodan. And Rodan and King Ghidorah's themes in this movie are BA, by the way. They're amazingly cool. But the presence of the Mothra theme, and of course the presence of Ifukube's Godzilla theme, because the next moment that gets me is when Godzilla comes up out of the ocean, in the Arctic, and there's this moment right before Ghidorah gives his big wing spread, like the intimidation display. It's right before that. The theme is kicking in, Godzilla roars, and Ghidorah kind of moves a little bit in an intimidation move before he spreads his wings out. And something about, I don't know what it was. I'm still trying to figure out what it was. Maybe it was the framing. Maybe it was the combination of the framing and the music and the character. I don't know. But I had a total recall moment to being 6 years old and watching Monster Zero. And the entire theater just like disappeared. It was the most surreal experience I think I've had watching a Godzilla film in a long time. And I was instantly just like, whoever did this, whoever's responsible for this moment, all the people, all the artists, obviously Mike Doherty in Bear, must have been 6 years old watching it in the same way I did too, because they somehow made even this little moment work. And the whole movie just kept doing that. It kept doing that to me. It kept giving me these moments of, oh my God, I'm 6 years old and I'm watching a Godzilla film for the first time again. I don't know how. They kept managing to do that. And so I will die on this hill that this film, regardless of, iffy qualities or flaws, what film doesn't have them? This one certainly does. This film is a gift. This was a gift to fans like me. Maybe not to every fan. A lot of fans maybe won't connect with it the way I did. I know they did, and a lot of people don't. But for me, and I think just to the fandom, it was intended to be a gift. Here's this thing, and we're going to respect it, and we're going to, obviously things are different, a little bit remixed, and there are some things that didn't quite land for some fans, and that's cool. But to me, this felt like the people who made it understood, and they wanted to give a gift to people like us who were waiting to see this movie. I think they knew we were waiting to see it. Mm-hmm. And out of all the Monsterverse films, this one very well might be my favorite, but even beyond that, it is the one I am most grateful for. And that's what I'll say.
I'll say this right now. Rodan has never looked better.
I do
like that that sequence when he comes out of the volcano. My word. Rodan has never been as cool as he was for those couple of minutes.
That was pretty cool. Great, cool new theme for him too. I love the theme. I love the barrel roll. But the best part of Rodan is that they gave him a giant claw reference when he eats the pilot.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Chomp. And he eats the ejecting pilot. The fact
of
that
all things,
the giant claw deserves love too. Nathan deserves love too.
There you go. We'll bring the giant claw back in the Monsterverse. Why not?
I've talked about who's next.
Hey, Legendary and Sony are working together. Sony owns the giant claw. I'll talk a little bit here. I can't say anything about little. Let me rewind.
Just in general,
I can't say anything bad about the score. Bear McCreary is the most qualified composer to grace Godzilla in probably a decade. Amazing score. Charles Dance, an amazing actor. Millie Bobby Brown, an amazing actress.
we know Elijah.
She's taken Elijah. Bon Jovi the second.
My brain just hit a brick wall.
He started thinking about 11, and suddenly everything else faded away.
I wasn't thinking about 11. 11's a weird number.
That's not what he meant.
One second, folks. I'll be back. Just
Danny.exe stopped working. Okay.
But I can't help but think that for me, so I'm not gonna lie. I watched King of the Monsters in theaters and I cried. But I cried, get this, when Rebirth played. When I got to hear the Godzilla Ifukube music on a loud IMAX speaker. That's when I cried.
I cried in the theater too. I cried with Mothra. I cried with the music. I was a mess. This movie was all good.
I cried for that scene there. But that movie is like it sucks for me, that film, as it continues to age, unlike 2014 that to me gets a little bit better every time. King of the Monsters gets worse and worse and worse and worse.
Oh, look what happened. Oh, where did Elijah go? Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. What happened?
I'm amazed it took that long.
Technical difficulty.
Oh no. Oh no. Look what happened.
I think Elijah broke the internet, or at least StreamYard there.
The kid just broke part of the internet.
I break StreamYard. I don't know if I'm here. Am I here?
Yeah, you are in the dark.
I'm in the dark. I break the internet. My opinions are so controversial that I break the internet.
Yes, you do.
And it kind of sucks because, like, I wish I could find the love and appreciation. Oh, dang it. Nathan's on top now.
That's what you
that must be a first.
For besmirching the good name of Godzilla King of the Monsters 2014.
I'll get booted, and then Daniel will be equal with the queen.
If it makes you feel better, Nate, it's kind of like I'm holding Nate up.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't need to hold Kim up. Her power is enough to hold her up.
Oh yeah.
I would not have made that joke if I was in the space that you were in, because it wouldn't have made any sense.
I am underneath peak kaiju YouTuber. But no, I really wish that I could find the love of King of the Monsters that once was there. But I think a lot of it was honeymoon phase. I think a lot of it was the score. And I can't help but think about pro-nuclear Godzilla movie and not
okay.
How
do we really want to unpack this?
Nate, let him finish. Let him finish.
I can't, like, no matter what, I don't care about King Ghidorah or Hedorah. Completely different contexts. Godzilla King of the Monsters does play a nuclear weapon, that it is the answer to their problems, and they have the one Japanese actor in the movie do it. I can't ignore that anymore. I can't ignore it. And I think that King of the Monsters, I think it's a good follow-up, like in terms of like keeping it real, keeping it consistent. Something that Wingard could never understand. We're getting there. We're starting to get to my Wingard complaints. I've went almost 2.5 hours. That's a record.
You've done good. You've done good.
I've kept his filthy name out of my mouth for long enough.
But it doesn't matter.
It's the most amazing.
None of this makes any sense. It doesn't matter.
Thank you.
I'm going to say that again here in a couple minutes. But no, King of the Monsters went from being like one of my favorite to like bottom third. It's not the worst in the Monsterverse. It gets worse somehow. But it's lost its majestic powers for me.
All right, Elijah, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Oh boy, where's the alcohol?
How you're too young. Anyway,
it is that
not enough.
I'm not drunk enough for this drink.
He was looking for isopropyl alcohol. He has a wound he needs to treat.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Hydrogen peroxide.
Stricken kids.
It. Yeah. No, but Elijah, how is what you say is true. They use a nuclear weapon as a solution to the problem. But how is it any different than using the oxygen destroyer to solve the problem in the original film?
Because in the original film, like, they very clearly established that it's not a good thing, that it's not the solution. It shouldn't be the solution. And they end it with saying, like, we're done. Like, the end of the film very clearly showcased.
But do you honestly think that they're like, we have to use nuke? They explore other options.
At the end of 54, they destroy every ounce of oxygen destroyer information to make it very clear this shall never be used again.
Right. But again, they explored other options in KOTM to solve the problem. And the only solution they could come to was using a nuke, and it was not done flippantly, like as if it's something that we want to do. It's our first option. It was not the first option. It was the last option.
Sarazawa says, I learned this in a fortune cookie, and they do it.
And it's not treated as it's given weight. It's not something that they do.
It's given weight by saying he read it in a fortune cookie that you must.
Oh, okay. So there's
forgive
a little
your demons.
So there's a little bit of a joke to punctuate the conversation that was going
but
on.
You don't need a joke to like lighten up the mood when this should be one of the heaviest decisions the franchise has ever made.
And yeah, and the scene when he actually delivers the thing is the funniest thing in the Monsterverse.
It's not, but like there's no weight leading up to it.
I beg to differ.
They draw. Okay, here's the thing, Nathan. Okay, if we're gonna go down this road, and I'm gonna try and keep this brief because I know this can be a back and forth, and I don't want to turn this into a back and forth.
I don't either. I'm just offering counterpoints here. Yeah.
Here's the thing. So in Godzilla King of the Monsters, they very clearly use the oxygen destroyer in the film as a metaphor for a nuclear weapon. Correct? Correct? I'm correct so far.
Well, in King of the Monsters?
Yes.
We're not talking about this movie's version of the oxygen destroyer.
Okay, but
I'm
hold
not,
on, hold on.
You could have called it super nuke, and it would have accomplished the same thing.
They use the oxygen destroyer to represent a nuke. It is a bad thing. They make it very clear that using a nuke is what caused Godzilla to lose the fight and almost die. That is how Ghidorah got the upper hand in that fight. Ghidorah would have died. That's all established. Great. That works. That falls in line with the franchise. The military's stupid. The military created this problem, and they just made it worse. Okay. Fine. Perfect. So what is the solution that they come up with to fix this problem? Hey, we used a special nuke that doesn't work. Let's use a regular nuke, and that will work. Like they use a nuke to fix the problem of a nuke.
But that's Godzilla 54 in reverse. Nukes made Godzilla, and then they use the nuke stand-in to fix the problem.
And in 54, they very clearly established that the oxygen destroyer will never, ever come back.
That right there is, I would argue, more in line with cultural differences than anything else.
It is. It's very... Godzilla King of the Monsters is an American film that will glorify using weapons.
I don't know if it was glorified. Because if this movie was all about glorifying the nuke, they would have used it on Ghidorah well before this, or it would have actually been effective.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
And instead,
because the characters realize we tried to fix the problem ourselves, and it didn't work.
Yes.
So we need to figure out. So the actual solution is to get Godzilla to take care of it for us because we can't. But because we screwed it up, we need to figure out what is the most efficient way to put Godzilla in a position to save our hides. And that was the solution that they came to. But that's as far as they go in actually fixing the problem.
And they use a nuclear weapon to revive Godzilla.
I don't understand why that is an issue.
Because throughout the entirety of the franchise, they make it very clear nuclear weapons are not good. You should not use nuclear weapons in any case, because bear in mind, we see this even in -1. It is not a nuclear weapon used in war that it is not a nuclear weapon that is used in war to create Godzilla. In fact, it is a nuclear weapon that is just being tested on an island that is uninhabited, a safe space to test this weapon. It is not going to impact the world in a negative light. But using that nuclear weapon still ends with Godzilla being born. That is how the original Godzilla was born. So they make it very clear it doesn't matter what context you're using a nuclear weapon being used is not good. At the end of 54, they even say, Dr. Yamane says, if we continue to use nuclear weapons, another Godzilla will appear. Right? So even though the Oxygen Destroyer is absolutely a stand-in for a nuclear weapon, they make it very clear that if nuclear weapons continue to be used, Godzilla will come back. Godzilla, and it's not in a good, it's not like, oh, Godzilla will come back and save us. It's Godzilla will come back and destroy us because of what we're doing.
Yes, but there's two other things to take into consideration for this. For one thing, Godzilla, 10 years after that movie, is an atomic-powered superhero who saves Japan.
And nuclear weapons are continuously the villain of the films.
Yes, but at the same time, Japan has and the Japanese have a very interesting relationship when you track it in their history since World War II with nuclear energy in general. Yes, they've always been. How is it any different? It's just because in one case it's weaponized. They've always been anti-nuclear weapon, but nuclear energy has been one of the, up until the Fukushima disaster, was their go-to to get energy because it's the most efficient. And now they have a complicated relationship with nuclear energy in light of Fukushima. So my point is that what this is saying, what the Godzilla series has always said, is that this is a complicated issue because we have to use something we would rather not use in order to solve a problem. And yes, Hedorah and King Ghidorah, slightly different contexts, but it is still done, and it is still given weight. And I would say that yes, the differences that you can pinpoint through this, I do think boil down to, like I said, cultural differences. The Americans have had a more positive view of nuclear weapons than the Japanese have, and it's very understandable. But I also point out again, the Americans do not automatically go to that option. And even in Godzilla 2014, they tried jumping to the nuclear option, and it doesn't work out very well.
Right, but throughout 2014, they make it very clear that that's a stupid decision, and it's not going to work.
And then they dropped the Oxygen Destroyer on Ghidorah, and it didn't.
And it created a bigger problem. The use of now, yes, it's stupid. The use of the Oxygen Destroyer in King of the Monsters falls in line with the rest of the franchise. Nuclear weapons bad. Nuclear weapons are not good. Nukes are not the answer. They cause more problems. But then they use the a legitimate nuclear weapon, and there is no weight. What we get for weight is Dr. Serizawa saying, you must come to a peaceful conclusion to let your demons rest. And when he says that, he says, I'm going to let go. The implication is, yes, my father died in is it Nagasaki? Hiroshima?
I think it was Hiroshima.
Hiroshima. Yes, my father died in Hiroshima because the United States dropped a nuclear weapon on the city. But I'm going to let that go and and detonate a nuclear weapon on Godzilla because that's going to save the day. The idea of you can use a nuclear weapon to save the day is a very American, very Western concept, because that's what a lot of people are going to say about certain events in history.
Yeah.
But that does not fall in line with a very Japanese character.
Once we one of these days when we have more time, I would love to unpack this more with you and actually ask you what you think they should have done instead. But we have other things to talk about. Danny, do you have anything you want to add to this conversation?
I'm sorry, what? Could you go back? Could you guys start from the beginning again? And
so in the begining, God created the heavens and the earth.
Thank you.
Thank you, beginning of Creature from the Black Lagoon. Oh man, no, I'm good. I feel like maybe a couple of years ago, I had a pretty firm, an argument or set of I don't know, something that came down on one side of this or another. But I am not prepared at the moment to defend anything I say on this matter, so I'm not gonna try.
Sounds like a future Casey live conversation that should be had.
Maybe, but we've still got a couple more things to talk.
Yeah, we do.
We do.
I'm sorry, Kim. I'm very, very sorry.
It's all right. It's my fault for letting Elijah in here. Anyway,
Brutal.
Speaking of letting Elijah go loose, the next film
on our
list is Godzilla versus Kong. Now,
okay,
Elijah,
I'm just going to mute myself and let him go.
Ever.
What? What'd you say, Kim?
I mean, you love Godzilla versus Kong.
Love is such a strong word. I think love is a word that can describe many things. And I would love to talk about how much I love film. And I would love to talk about how much I love Godzilla. But the disaster artist of Adam Wingard, the man who doesn't understand what Godzilla is by any sense of the matter, should never be allowed to touch another Godzilla film ever again. And the fact that he has more Godzilla films under his belt than some directors absolutely hurts me. And the thought that Adam Wingard is probably going to be doing a third Godzilla film makes my heart break. Godzilla vs. Kong is the epiphany of the Godzilla franchise. It is hot dog water. It is hot garbage. And I quite simply can't understand why Michael thinks it's amazing.
Oh,
Michael
wow, taking shots at Michael when he's not here to defend himself.
It's okay. He shot fire at me. I'm gonna hang on. I gotta change my name to Michael's least favorite.
Slight edit here.
Oh my gosh.
Give me a second.
All I'm saying, people, is that if you are unaware, this kid's
He's 19. He's not a
burning hatred for this movie is kind of legendary. Every time it gets brought up, I just keep picturing Miss Scarlet from the Clue movie. Flames on the side of my face.
Oh, good Lord. All right.
Yes.
Who else wants to say words about this movie? Maybe something more positive.
Anybody have any words? Would anybody like to speak with their mouth?
But the problem is, can Elijah keep it PG? I'm
very look.
Get kicked out.
Em, you must admit, I was very good there. I was very reserved. I didn't say anything. The amount
sure
that I hold
means
back.
something. Translate it into not child friendly, but that was the sanitized version. That was the TV version. That was the.
Yeah,
that was the green blood version.
Yeah, it's like the TV version of My Cousin Vinny.
Also, no matter what anything people say about Godzilla versus Kong, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. It's a giant monster movie.
Oh, look at this! You're making me lose viewers.
All All right. Ah! Bumped my camera.
You know what? I finally sat down and I watched the movie with this infamous commentary, apparently, finally, before seeing
God.
GXK. And I mean, I think people get the general idea that Wingard was going with, but I do think certain people rip certain lines a bit out of context. I'm just saying.
He gives up on talking about the movie and just says it doesn't matter.
He's talking about he was
plot.
talking about how there were plot points in this that are absolutely wild, and you know,
and that it's just supposed to be stupid.
He never
says
said
that
it was supposed to be stupid. That is the conclusion that you're drawing from it.
I'm catching up. I'm sorry. You guys go ahead. I'm reading the comments.
Okay, okay.
What are the comments
I
blowing up? Because I don't know. Because I have this on full screen.
I mean, I liked it.
I liked it. I liked it.
Danny, you love everything.
I'm ridiculously
come on.
easy to please
You know
when
what?
it comes to Godzilla.
You know what, Marchand? There's more to my taste in cinema than Danny just automatically likes everything.
Danny
I
has an appreciation.
I know, but Danny, I'm an equal opportunity teaser. I tease you for loving everything, and I tease Elijah for hating everything, unless it's named -1.
Yet
then he
Danny,
marries the movie.
Yet Danny and I somehow have more in common than you have with either of us.
Oh,
I think you're on crack, sir. I'm just saying.
You know what? I actually used to be blonde.
I
mean, I'm just saying.
So what? Oh, I get it now. You're
lie.
dyeing your hair because you're Elijah's #1 fan.
No, I just didn't want to be blonde anymore, man.
Oh.
I love being blonde.
Yeah, this is the hair color I've had since I was born. I can't lie to you guys. I know I was really convincing there. Okay, Godzilla versus Kong. Godzilla versus Kong. Gosh, it's just I don't know. I liked it. I don't know. I feel weird. This is one of those movies I don't feel comfortable admitting that I liked. You know what I mean? There are some Godzilla movies that I just don't like. When I say, yeah, I really genuinely yeah, I really enjoyed that one. I feel like I have to I'm gonna have to duck breadsticks being thrown at me. You know what I mean?
I didn't think it was that bad. Ooh.
Yeah. It's honestly, I feel like that's half the franchise on Twitter. There's only 10 Godzilla movies you can admit you like, and they'll come after you.
Well, I'm not even. Are you sure it's 10? I'm not even sure it's 10 anymore.
It might not be anymore. It might be 7.
It's at this point I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm pretty sure it's just Honda's movies and -1, and that's all you're
it's not even that. It's just 54 and -1.
Yeah, it's just those two. If you I don't know, nobody's turned on GMK yet.
Because remember, if you don't like -1, you get your comments flooded with hate comments. Remember that.
Apparently, that's a thing. But
that's the thing. Apparently,
Godzilla versus Kong was a fascinating experience because it was one of those movies that I feel like it had half a dozen release dates, right? It was going to come out, and it wasn't going to come out, and then COVID happened. So I'll get into this and this will not take long. This is just a silly thing I did. So when the date finally got locked in for Godzilla versus Kong, it's 2021. It was early on. COVID was still very much present. And but nothing was. I was going to the theater to see this film. The last time I'd seen a movie was February or March. It was March of 2020. 2020 when King Kong came out.
I was gonna say. Let me guess. It was the Fathom event Kong 33 because that's what it was for me too.
And then everything shut down.
Hashtag me too.
Hashtag. There you go.
No.
So, did you just try to hit the rim shot button?
I think I did.
That's the third time he's done that.
No.
Oh my God.
That's the wrong button.
Tim, you have all the power here. You know what the people want. So, okay. When the movie finally got a locked-in date, the world is still upside down. I'm like, okay, the next movie I'm going to see is a Kong movie. There's some interesting symmetry there, right? But I have to see this in the theater. I could have done an HBO Max thing, and I did end up watching it there. That's back when you could piggyback off of a friend's account, and without them ratting you out to the fun police. But and I did. I eventually watched it there, but I'm going to see this in a theater, come heck or high water, and I did. But I decided to have a little fun with it, and I ended up renting the auditorium for a party, because cinema. I think they still do that, where you can rent certain theater screens for special events. And so I did. I filled out the thing and I rented the theater for just me to go see it.
I don't think you ever told me this story.
I have told you this many times.
Have you? Oh, I guess.
No, it may not have come up, but yeah, I rented out the screen, and my girlfriend at the time actually ended up coming with me at the very last minute. Maybe out of guilt, I don't know, but she was just like, "Hey," I was in the parking lot of the theater, and she's like, "What are you doing right now?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to see the Godzilla vs. Kong. I rented out the theater for it, remember?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, I can be there in 5 minutes." I'm like, "Okay, sure." So it was all kidding aside, it ended up being genuinely a fun time. We went in the theater, popped the masks off, and we had the whole auditorium, and I got to watch this film just alone in the theater. It was really funny. It's one of the crazier things I've done for my love of Godzilla is rent out an entire screen so I can watch it myself. And I was fully prepared to watch it solo. That's how I watch Godzilla movies anyway. I hardly ever watch them with other humans. And I was fully prepared to do that again here. And what's with the face there, Elijah?
Don't say that.
What do you mean don't say that?
What?
I'll watch Godzilla movies with you, Danny.
Yeah,
all of us in this call would watch Godzilla movies.
Oh no,
with you.
no, I know you.
We have watched Godzilla movies together.
I know all of us have. But typically in my own day-to-day life, I put them in alone in my home, and that's it. But we've all of us watched. Hey, Elijah, you doing anything 2 weeks from now?
I'm free. Actually,
okay. You know what? Let's watch a Godzilla movie 2 weeks.
Let's
from
do
now.
it. Let's do it. We'll hang out we'll hang out and we'll watch it. We'll cuddle with the Mothra stuff plushies you have.
I want to watch it.
Maybe Gorgo.
I'm not saying no. Hold on. Oh man, but yeah, it was a fun time. I got to see it on the big screen. It was one of those movies I took meticulous steps to avoid spoilers on because I did not want to know. Now, clearly, I knew Mechagodzilla was in it because it was a horribly kept secret. Nobody was surprised, but I didn't want to know how many fights there were. I didn't want to know who ultimately won, and I also didn't. It was interesting because the promotion for the film clearly wanted you to take sides. That was a huge part of the promotion for it.
I think that was a fun piece of the marketing, though.
It was a very fun piece of the marketing. I don't really do that. I don't go into camp. So I didn't really care who won. I just wanted to watch a movie and have fun with it.
Well, it's interesting because I guested on the Strangers and Aliens podcast to talk about this movie. And I was asked which of the sides that I was on. And I gave the kind of diplomatic answer of saying in quote unquote real life Godzilla, but in this movie, I was Team Kong. Because when I was watching it, I'm like, I'm rooting for the monkey in this one.
The monkey. They were wanting you to as well. This is the film that fully shifts Kong into Monsterverse protagonist mode. And for me, it was like Team Godzilla, Team Kong. When people ask me, I always said Team Fun Movie. That was my answer. I didn't care.
Yeah. That's an even more diplomatic answer than mine.
I didn't want either of them to bite the dust. Clearly, I didn't like if it was at the expense of one of them dying. I wasn't into it, but I figured they wouldn't do that. That would be silly. Yeah. So I wasn't worried that oh no, one of them's going to die. That's oh dear.
Yeah.
But whatever the case was, I just went in ready for a good, fun, bonkers time at the theater. I wasn't expecting high art. I wasn't expecting anything. I was just ready to let the movie happen to me. And I left having had fun with it.
Yeah. I do think people may have gone into this movie. I think if people watch this movie looking at the monsters as our primary characters and the human cast as the supporting characters, I think they get more out of it. And I think a lot of the issues people have with it are dissipated. But I'm surprised you didn't bring this up, Danny. Something that is near and dear to you actually fueled a lot of the ire that the movie got, which was the novelization. This was the first time that I can remember where people were latching onto the novelization of this film to say, like, see, this is why it sucks. Look at all the stuff that they took out.
This film, listen, like, as fun as this film is, it was eviscerated in the edit. It was like, there's so much more out there that provided context and characterization, and like, who knows what all is specifically out there. The novelization definitely answers things, but that goes back to the previous thing about, you know, doing reading homework to make the movie better.
Right.
Doesn't necessarily a good movie make.
Right.
It might make it a good idea, but it might not make the execution
right.
any better. But the novelization, yeah, I remember people poring over the previous ones, but not to this extent. That's a good point.
No. Yeah, that it was wild hearing stuff about that. And I will admit, I mean, there's some, I'm trying to remember. I know a lot of stuff. This is one of only 2 times I have name affinity with a character in a kaiju movie, and both of them are not necessarily well respected. The other one's Pacific Rim Uprising, but I remember I know that a lot changed for what's his full name, Dr. Nathan Lang, is that right? Lind, Dr. Nathan Lind. I know a lot of stuff changed for him. His backstory became much simpler in the final film. I don't know if that's retained in the novelization. I haven't read the novelization yet, but the one part that I know people really went into a lot of discourse about was Madison, because there's a lot of stuff for her that's expanded upon in the novelization. Admittedly, a lot of the stuff that gets brought up, I'm not entirely sure how well that would have been communicated in film form. Prose allows you to do things that a film doesn't necessarily have the ability to do, or at the very least do easily. And getting into a lot of the internal psychology of a character is one of those things. And I know that was a big part that people talked about. The one piece of criticism that I will agree with was Serizawa's son. That was a disservice.
Yeah.
So that is one of the criticisms of the movie that I will agree with, because I went into it knowing that was Serizawa's son, and I was expecting that to carry more weight than it did. So I do think that's a missed opportunity.
I think more Madison would have made the movie a lot better.
Of course you do.
Elijah's watched, how many times have you watched Damsel, Elijah? 14, 15 times?
Never.
What is chop, man. Come on.
I real quick, I do want to interject and just say one thing that I think GVK should have done in the marketing department, and I get why they didn't, but I also think this would have been really funny, is a vote for Team Godzilla, vote for Team Kong presidential election.
Okay, that would have been funny. That would have been really good. The problem was the film got released after the election.
Okay, still do it. Like,
I think the big missed opportunity was making an actual Titan Truth podcast and using that as viral marketing.
That's
because
another
I'm just saying,
huge...
we are now in an era where podcasters are becoming characters in stories now, and I'm weirdly excited about this.
I'm not a fan of podcasters that play characters.
I'm talking about podcast. Whatever. I'm not arguing with you.
It's kind of lame.
Wait, I already have. I've already gone back on that.
That's kind of lame, if you ask me.
Oh goodness.
Oh good Lord. All right.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But I will say this on a purely just like visceral level, this has my favorite Monsterverse finisher. every time I watch Kong fight Mechagodzilla, which who would have thought that we would get an official crossover between Kong and Mechagodzilla? That is the stuff of insane fan fiction, but now it's real. And just that Mortal Kombat move that he pulls at the end, and then holding the head up like he's Conan the Barbarian, and just reveling in the fact that he has just defeated the machine.
I do like Frazetta Kong, Kongnan the Barbarian.
Yeah. Oh, Kong the Barbarian. I am 110% behind Kong the Barbarian.
I do like Kong the Barbarian. I like living his Frazetta lifestyle. I dig that. It's Frazetta, Burroughs, and Vern, and Marion Cooper. Like, it's what a combo. That's pretty.
It really is. And we would be remiss if we did not give a shout out to Titanus Doug.
Of course. Doug's a good boy.
What a fascinating story of a little lizard, the Phoetodon, who has about a second and a half of screen time and somehow became I don't know, like people just latched onto this lizard in the funniest way. It's one of those things you literally can't plan on. Once you put something innocuous out onto the internet, right? Like people are going to just latch on.
And it was a fan driven thing. It's not like with like in King of the Monsters with Kevin. That was a joke Dougherty did, and then the fans latched onto it. This one was something that was purely fan driven, and I love the fact that it eventually found its way to, I think it was specifically Wingard, so he just decided to make it canon.
They do. That's the thing about this, is they do pay attention. They do listen to. They see what is going on with fan discussions, which is interesting. I feel like a lot of it's symptomatic, I think, of Hollywood starting to learn some lessons about starting.
But the problem with trying to do it for these movies is there are all the different factions who have different expectations for what they want in their Godzilla and Kaiju movies are all equally loud, but they want very different things, which I think explains some of the idiosyncrasies that the Monsterverse has had over the last decade.
Well, if you try to please everyone, you'd end up pleasing no one. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, fun stuff. And, there's a lizard. Also, Hollow Earth in this one. Full Edgar Rice Burroughs, beautiful, inverted, gravitationally funky landscapes, crazy creatures, links to Skull Island. Really, really fascinating. Is there any chance that the what are they called? The Hellhawks?
Yeah.
Aren't a Burroughs reference? Like, they have to be referencing the Mayhar from At the Earth's Core. They look like the Mayhar. If anybody out there knows what I'm talking about, I mean, if Robert and Omni are still out there, they know what I'm talking about. But there's so much Burroughs in this, which I find refreshing and wonderful, because this kind of wacky imaginative stuff is just not seen that much.
No,
and it fits Kong like a glove.
I was going to say it fits Kong very well, because again, that was the literary tradition at the time that, of the original movie. So it feels very fitting for Kong, to be in a story like this.
Very much so.
Especially since if you really stop and think about it, Burroughs paved the way for Kong to even exist, because he wrote the Lost World, which got made into a movie in 1925, which gave Willis O'Brien his start. And then eventually that led to him doing King Kong in 1933. So, hashtag it's all connected.
It's all connected. Arthur Conan Doyle, my man. And we're just going to get Sherlock Holmes in the Monsterverse now, and it'll be full.
Oh, good Lord.
They could do it. They could technically do it.
I have a better idea. Can we get Dr. Challenger? I would love that.
Yes.
Professor Challenger, excuse me.
Yeah, we need Professor Challenger. Honest to God, they could just do that. Couldn't you see him as like a weird old grizzled monarch professor everybody thinks is
yes.
Yes. Yeah, and he's like,
actually, they could do that in Monarch season 2. That's what they.
That's cool. All right. Is that GVK? I think that's GVK in the can. I think it is.
All right. That it is indeed. Let's move on to GXK.
Oh no.
So basically
More-
GBK Part 2.
Yeah, basically. Basically. Whew. I go ahead, man. Floor is yours.
Get it over with.
Let's do it.
Get out with it. Come on. Just get it out the way.
And
Godzilla
that's our
Kong.
show.
Oh, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, that's
Go for it,
his
man.
hate has taken his tongue right there.
Okay,
We are listening
So-
to all opinions here. Go ahead, buddy.
so I will say this: the one thing that Godzilla Kong: The New Empire has that's better than Godzilla versus Kong is it's not promising a rematch. It's not promising like a fight for these two. That's the one thing it does better. It does not promise a fight. Outside of that, Godzilla Kong: The New Empire is a stupid movie. And I found myself rather exhausted watching it, and I have a lot
And
of problems.
yet you still saw it 3 times and
I
bought
did.
all the merch.
Well, if you're going to dissent on something and have an opinion about it, you've got to see it and to help form.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I watched it 3 times within 24 hours so I could watch it, get the honeymoon phase over, watch it again, write notes, watch it a 3rd time, and decide that my notes are final.
There you go.
I was really the one thing that I will not complain about in Godzilla Kong: The New Empire, and I feel like this is the one thing everybody would expect me to complain about. I quite enjoy the zero gravity fight. I think the zero gravity fight is a lot of fun, and it might be it's Wingard's greatest feat in the Monsterverse and maybe in his career is the zero gravity fight. And yeah, that's about all I have to say about Godzilla Kong: The New Empire.
No.
Alrighty then.
Okay.
Very good. I mean, like I said, I'm ridiculously easy to please when it comes to Godzilla. Just put Godzilla on a big screen. I'm usually pretty happy. Yeah, like you said, the zero gravity fight is really fun to watch. I mean, the entire fight, is fun to watch. I mean, how do you feel about Scar King? Like, I don't think he was much of a threat. How about you?
I
Like he didn't have much power when he lost the thingamajigus that controlled Shimo.
I think
Yeah, I was going to say
I think being a threat isn't necessarily tied to how physically strong you are. It's about how you use your resources and about how you use your brain and what's around you. I found Scar King to be a little horrifying, frankly. I could looking at him, you don't meet he's not this big muscle bound thing. He's not a Ghidorah. He's not a Mechagodzilla. He's not even a Muto. He's his own thing. But the fact that he just looks sadistic, and there's something scary about this, he almost looks very frail in a way, very lanky. So he's not as physically intimidating a presence as some of the other monsters, but the fact that he commands an army through fear and an ice dragon through pain tells you a lot about the threat level he brings. If you stripped him of all those things, he'd be like, oh God, I'm screwed. And that's what ultimately happens.
Yeah.
But ultimately, a creature, a monster, a villain who uses their resources wisely and doesn't know how frail they are, they don't acknowledge it. They have, their confidence and their ability to buy Elijah, their ability to, get followers and use everything around them to bolster their own ends, their own goals. That's freaky, and that's nothing like the Monsterverse has done. The closest I can think is Ghidorah, who does rally an army of creatures to his, by becoming the new alpha.
Yeah, but it's by sheer power.
Yeah, and this is like a cunning intelligence. This is a smart villain, and smart villains are freaky. And this is about as smart as a creature in the Monsterverse can get without fully anthropomorphizing them. And this guy's already got some human-like attributes. He points and laughs. He smirks. He does all this stuff. But that's
but that's stuff. Yeah, well, that's also stuff that we've seen apes do.
Apes do that. Like, it's a thing apes do. Apes chuckle and laugh and point and do things like that. So it's all done in a somewhat, you could argue in maybe kind of a cartoony way. But I really dug, no pun intended, I dug Scar King. I thought he was a really interesting villain. Now, is he nearly, again, don't trust the marketing, is he like some kind of apocalyptic creature? No, dear God, no. But as a villain, and especially as a foil to Kong, I think he is effective and very unique in how, within the franchise. There are creatures like out there like him that have been in films before, but in terms of giving Kong an opponent that's like him, and within the Monsterverse, this is kind of a new thing. I loved his design. I loved the red. I loved the paint on him. I loved his kind of snaggletooth and that smirk he gives with his lip going up over his tooth. And
the bone whip is probably my favorite part of the whole thing.
Yeah, he's, again, this is a fantasy villain.
I was gonna say, if Scar King was human, he would fit right in with an Robert E. Howard Conan the Barbarian.
Very. It's like if you took that and combined it with who he reminded me of. This is gonna sound a little weird. I'm going to be curious to see how many people get this one, but Torrin Thatcher's character in Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, Sakura the Sorcerer, as this kind of physically weak but mentally and just emotionally powerful, manipulative, magic wielding guy who has a chained up dragon at his command, by the way. In Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. So he is like an evil sorcerer kind of a thing. There's no magic going on here, unless you maybe want to count his spike of power, but I think there's something going on there that it's not magic, it's science.
My theory is that that's a Shimo's spine.
The novelization has pretty much confirmed that that's what it is. At least Monarch theorizes that's what it is. It's not confirmed, but it's like one of those things where if a scientist says we think this is what it is in the story, then that's what it is. Yes, I dug Scar King. Kim, did you have any other thoughts you wanted to get into on Scar King since you brought it up?
Not really. I didn't think he was that much of a threat once he lost control of Shimo.
That was the point. They knew that if they took Shimo away from him, then he could be easily defeated. And there are plenty of other villains out there where that was the case. Sometimes there can be varying levels of, how much easier it is. I mean, you take the Infinity Gauntlet away from Thanos, he's going to be much easier to deal with. He's still a tough dude, but you take that away from him, and he's a much lesser of a threat.
The right tool for the right job. And the creepiest villains out there will shake and warp the definition of tool, sometimes to include living things, because to Scar King, very clearly Shimo is a tool. All of the apes that he keeps suppressed are tools. And when you're that cocky, eventually all of those tools are going to turn against you. If one part of your little empire, your underground empire, you think you've got this thing under your control, you think you got all these apes under your control, if you put one chink in the armor, then your entire illusion of power crumbles around you. And that's what happens with Scar King. He overreaches his bounds. He thinks he has Shimo under his control. That eventually goes away. The other apes, eventually the other monsters come and take out the other apes. So that doesn't even help him. And once he loses all of these barriers he's built up to make himself artificially stronger, he is lean and weak and not much of a threat on his own. And once all that goes away, he's toast.
I just realized that there's name affinity here, but also against similar position. You look at Scar from The Lion King, and let's be honest, once Simba came back and he had to fight him, he could not match Simba physically because Scar is older, he's more frail. But the way he was able to maintain control was because he had an army of hyenas, and it was by sheer charisma. He intimidated everybody into submission, and then could get the hyenas to do his dirty work. But once that was all taken away from him, the hyenas turn on him and he's done.
Yep.
So I think unfortunately some people, and I don't know, maybe it's the influence of like shonen anime or manga, I'm not entirely sure, because power creep is a thing where you have to keep making the villains more powerful as the heroes start to, quote unquote, level up. And, it just has to be by raw strength or whatever, which is funny because Akira Toriyama, may he rest in peace, famously said power levels don't mean anything, because that became something that fans obsessed over. I do think you can build great villains who may not necessarily be the physical equal or superior to your hero. They are dangerous in other ways. Again, to serve as a foil. Superman's arch nemesis is Lex Luthor, who is a mere mortal. He is in no way close to the same power level as Superman, but he's a match for Superman in other ways, and he's a foil because he is a mere mortal. The Joker is not Batman's strongest villain by any means, but he's Batman's foil because Batman is all about discipline and control, and the Joker is chaos. That's why he's a match for Batman.
And I think that works for this film as well, because what is Scar King if not Kong's behavioral antithesis and his emotional antithesis and his just in terms of his moral compass? He's his moral antithesis as well. Scar King will kick a monkey into the volcano for looking at him weird, but the first thing Kong does when he gets down in there is finds an ape who's been kicked down, and he picks him up and dusts him off. The same ape who is seen crying at the end when Kong returns and he knows that his oppression is over. A lovely little moment I loved. But yeah, that's a good point, Nathan, about the foil, because Scar King is he is a foil. He's the anti-Kong. He's bad Kong. And it's interesting that there hasn't really been anything like that for Kong in the films up until this point. He's ripped a lot of jaws off of a lot of dinosaurs, one snake.
The
snakes.
The foil's been a little bit different. It's manifest in different ways, because typically what Kong gets thrown up against is reptiles. So it's the mammal versus reptile dynamic, because they behave very differently and they operate very differently. Even just physiologically, they operate completely differently. So that's why that's a classic rivalry there. But this was the first time that we get another ape who serves, like you said, as the antithesis of Kong, because he's a tyrant, and Kong's arc, if you want to call it that, in this is he's trying to find a place to belong. He's trying to find his place in the world, because he sort of fit in Skull Island, but not anymore, because Skull Island is gone for all intents and purposes. But he finds out that the apes are actually from the Hollow Earth, and he has a heritage in the Hollow Earth. So it's a kingdom that he must now tame and reclaim, but it's now controlled by this guy, and he has to take this guy down in order to claim that what is basically his inheritance.
Basically, yeah. And it's an interesting little world he's got for himself down there. Shimo's cool. Shimo's really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, I feel like Shimo might be one of the more I don't know. Is Shimo the breakout monster in this movie? I know they pushed Scar King pretty hard too, but
people are really digging Shimo. People are really loving the design and her arc, as she does kind of have something. Maybe not an arc, but like redemption at the end and freedom. It's if you want to get people
invested. Sorry for her because she's in pain the whole time.
Yeah, it's funny because they hype her up as being this incredibly powerful monster, and they say she caused the Ice Age, so they're really hyping her up. But one of the things that I just absolutely love, it's one of these little moments where she gets freed from Scar King's control, and then she actually looks over to Godzilla as if asking permission.
I'll do this.
She's like, "Wait, I'm free? Can I ice him?
Can I put the chill on this guy? Deep freeze. The Ice Age.
The Ice Age.
Yeah. There you go. It has to happen.
Yeah, it had to happen. But I just think it's funny that she does that, and then Godzilla's like, yeah, and she's like, okay, and then it's like Godzilla's like, okay, you're the one who needs to take this guy out.
Yeah.
Not me, well, Kong to a certain extent, but like you really need to get a piece of this guy.
I've been waiting for this since the Ice Age. Hold still, monkey.
I think because I had Donnie on for my podcast episode on this, and I think he said that Shimo was equal parts. I was frozen today. Yes. If you get that one, you are a nerd among nerds. I'm just saying. But he said that Shimo was equal parts lovable puppy dog and angry grandmother.
Fair. It's fair. It's very, very fair. It's awesome. There's a heck of a cast of critters in this film.
Mothra came back, which was a little bit of a surprise.
Mothra.
Let's talk about Mothra.
Hang on.
Oh, he's not ready yet. Hold on.
Okay, here we go. So Mothra is so Mothra's in this movie, y'all. And woo, there it goes. Okay, that's enough of that. All right, let's be serious, but real. There's a giant butterfly in this movie. Let's be serious, folks. Okay. I made a promise to Donnie. I have to gush a little bit about Mothra because I know for a fact that Donnie, as much as he adores Mothra, had some screen time issues with her in King of the Monsters. Not enough of Mothra in that one for Mr. Donnie. But okay. I think those problems may have been. I mean, clearly she's not in the film that much. She's not in GXK that much. But the fact that she is so awesome. Like the fact that they've done this is the first time a Toho character has made a Monsterverse return in this way, outside of cave paintings and name drops and stuff like that. Mechagodzilla is name dropped a few times in the film. Ghidorah's been name dropped a few times, but Mothra is back. And it's the same design. It's the same. She's making the same sounds. A few new sounds here and there, but mostly the same soundscape. It's her. She's back. How? Little murky on how she does it. She was her cocoon invisible? How'd that happen? Whatever.
Movie magic.
It's one of those things. The Wingard films tend to have little moments in them where the answer to the question is just cuz. And that's a thing. That's a thing.
I just realized we've been talking about these last two movies and we didn't mention Gia and Kaylee Hoddle
must be mentioned.
Who honestly might be at least in these two movies, might be the breakout actor from them, because she just knocked it out of the park in this. She's honestly, she's my favorite variation on the Andero trope for Kong I think I've ever seen.
It's an interesting remix. Again, a big part of breaking Kong out of the specificity of the mold he was in. Clearly, he's nowhere near New York City. He is not going to be chained up. This is the first movie where Kong isn't imprisoned or chained in some way, by the way. He's not shackled. Even in the last one, he was put into a net. He was chained to a boat.
That is a motif that I noticed in the Kong movies, is this breaking of chains or a cage.
Yeah, I mean, even in Skull Island, he ends up getting accidentally roped in with the anchor for the ship. So this is Kong Unchained, Kong Unbound, and he's coming to take over Hollow Earth. And Gia is a wonderful character. Kaylee Hoddle is an awesome little actress. She's going to be going places, I think. I wish her all the success in the world. I think she's awesome. And a really interesting redo on the trope. Very clearly, this is not somebody who Kong has kidnapped. This is not like a you know, like the weird Jessica Lange stuff from the 70s. This
Yeah,
is
it's not a pseudo romantic connection.
God, no.
It's actually more like him and Anne in the 2005 remake.
This is
very
a
deep friendship. Except
Yes,
in this case, it's because they're both orphans, and at the time anyway, think they're the last of their people. That's how it was in GVK. And this one, we find out actually they're not.
They're actually not, and they parallel each other in kind of a reverse way. In this one in particular, which I find fascinating. In this film, Gia goes into Hollow Earth with her adopted parent and finds her people. Kong goes into the Hollow Earth, finds his people, and ends up adopting his own, little one who follows him around. And so you can kind of see
Suko.
Little Suko. You can see the relationship of Eileen and Gia reflected in Kong and Suko a little bit, which is an interest. This is interesting. This is a bit of a side tangent. Patience, Marchand. Side tangent first, please. Thank you. So this is interesting. Think about it. So in this movie we have, and this is in the first one as well, the adopted child thing where we have Eileen Andrews taking in Gia and forming a family. This is her daughter now. Kong takes in Suko in this and becomes a role model and kind of a parent. And this is an interesting thing I'm seeing, because Godzilla -1 is about a family coming together and a father adopting a daughter. And we're coming up on an Ultraman movie that has the same plot.
That actually, you make a very good point. That seems that is a through line with
don't
with
I though? Yeah. This is found families and unexpected fathers and parents with little girls, like for 3 of them, at least 3 or 4. I think the little monster in
is
a girl, right?
The girl in -1 was originally supposed to be a son.
Yes,
but when Yamazaki saw this little that little actress is brilliant.
Oh,
but when she came on an audition, he's just like, you know what? You're so good. I'm changing the script.
That's but why not? That's beautiful. But anyway, interesting through line. I just wanted to I picked up on that because that's a storytelling trope that I love very much.
Yeah,
so
I mean it is great, but there is one very important difference between everybody that you just mentioned.
Go for it. Just to say it.
Hashtag weaponize the child. I'm just saying.
There it is. Got it out.
I was not expecting that when I watched the movie. And I just want to say, Suko is one tough little dude. I'm just
saying. Well, punk, man. He used to like the concept art. He had the punk
because Kong grabbed him and whipped several fully grown apes with him, and he still got right back up. And I'm like, why didn't you murder Scar King before this?
I mean, honestly,
because I'm not sure you can be hurt.
he's pretty tough. Because I mean, technically, isn't he just Suko's a little taller than Kong was in Kong Skull Island.
Yeah, it's just wild. I think honestly, besides that, I think my favorite moment between him and Kong is when he tries to. Oh, that thing had a cool name. There was that sea serpent. I'm trying to remember. It had a really what?
Scylla?
No, not Scylla. The one that Suko tries to feed along.
Viper, something Viper. Hang on.
They had a really cool sounding name. I can't remember what it is now suddenly. But he takes him to the water, and I kind of picked up. I was like, wait, you want whatever's in that lake to eat him, don't you? And then it pops out of the water. He runs away, and the look on Kong's face is just like, I'm too old for this. And then he starts running away. Then the head gets thrown over to him, and then Kong just walks over. And he's like, "Nice try, kid."
Kasaibo's got your answer, by the way. Drowned Viper.
Drowned Viper. That's what it is.
Thank you.
That's the name of my new metal band.
That's also got it. We got people helping us out here.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
Yes, you guys rescued us, but yeah,
fantastic.
lot of freaking monsters in this. We've got vipers and all kinds of Hollow Earth stuff. May Tiamat rest in
Doug
peace.
came back.
Poor Tiamat.
Rest in peace, Scylla. Rest
my-
in peace, everybody. Like,
Oh my gosh. Yeah. As Godzilla goes, is suddenly was like, hey, remember Final Wars? I'm going to do that again.
he just starts.
Also,
Mortal
he's a
Kombat.
cat.
I was just gonna mention Godzilla sleeping in the Coliseum. That's my favorite.
because Adam Wingard actually said that his cat, who has I have to say the rather epic name of Mischief,
Nice.
was an inspiration for some of the characterization for Godzilla in this.
Oh man, yeah.
Hashtag Godzilla is a cat.
Godzilla the cat. After the film came out, I started seeing a lot of people putting their Godzilla Funko Pops into like miniature Coliseum puzzles and dioramas, and
there is actually I think it's an Amazon exclusive pop that is Sleeping Godzilla.
Yep, yeah. That's the one, and I don't have that one, but if I get it, I'm gonna have to get a little Coliseum for him. Like I have to do that. That has to happen. But
Absolutely.
Sleeping in there, but I mean, there are 1,000 things we could say about this, but feel like we've still got some unfinished business.
Yeah. So, it is getting kind of late. I do want to wrap the stream up, but we do still have 2 more things to talk about. Let's move on to Nate's favorite anime.
It's not an anime.
Oh,
Nathan, why do you hate everything? Why are you gatekeeping what is and isn't an anime? God, why are you so negative?
How does it feel, Mark?
This is the so-called entry where I turn into Elijah. I admit it.
So-called, it's legitimate. It's canon. Why are you so negative?
I'm gonna go get some
make it quick,
popcorn.
Mark.
Don't make me.
All right, we're done. We're moving on. Thank you, everybody, for
All
listening.
right, boys, settle down. Okay, thank you. Now,
Okay.
very quickly, what are your thoughts on the Skull Island anime, Nathan?
You can do it.
It's the worst thing in the Monsterverse with the worst character in the Monsterverse. And it clearly was not started as something that was supposed to be in the Monsterverse, because the only thing even resembling a connection to the Monsterverse is a 10-second cameo by a Skullcrawler. And out of its 8 episodes, approximately 1.5 are actually good.
Okay.
What?
All right. Who's next? Elijah, you didn't watch the anime, right?
I know nothing. I see nothing. I hear nothing.
Okay.
Thanks, Sergeant Schultz.
Very good.
There we go.
Nobody
watches the Skull Island anime in Stalag 13.
I thought the Skull Island anime was well animated. Episode 7 was the best. I agree.
Episode 7's the only entire episode that's actually good.
Yeah, I mean,
because it gave me what I wanted, what I was, and the rest of it's just terrible. And it doesn't have the regular cast in it, except for like 10 seconds at the end.
So here's the thing: I didn't want anything from the show, so I enjoyed it when I watched it. It's weird how that works.
I don't know how you put up with those characters.
I didn't find them nearly as insufferable as you did. Annie's a little not so much, but I didn't have the same visceral reaction.
I will take every Kenny in every movie ever over Annie.
She's not that bad. Come on. She's annoying at times. Yes, I'll give you that. But like, she's not as obnoxious as you make her out to be.
I really hope that when I watch it, I think it's really good. And
you want sure bring me on to your live show and we'll argue about it for 3 hours.
I'm good.
I'm with Elijah on this one. Honestly, not a lot to say. I really liked the animation. It reminded me of some of the shows I grew up with. I love the 2D. I think I miss shows.
That was refreshing, I will say.
I miss shows that look like that. And so that was really, really cool to see. I'd love to one day learn the whole story behind who developed this thing and at what point it was absorbed into the Monsterverse, because unless season 2 is really going to explain stuff, I feel like that might be a reason why season 2 is taking a hot minute, is I mean, clearly they have not gotten a green light, but I think that even when they do, they're going to have to retrofit whatever plans they had for season 2 to really tie into the Monsterverse, because season 1 can easily be discarded. You know, it doesn't have any real effect on anything thus far. That said, I enjoyed it. I actually watched most of it in one night, which is weird for me. That doesn't usually happen. I usually space that stuff out. I'm not a binge watcher, but I think I got through most of it in one night before I passed out. And I loved the creature design. I thought the creature design was cool. I did not have the visceral, ragey reaction to the characters that Marchand here apparently had.
I'm not sure it was well received enough that Netflix even wants to make a
So,
second
Danny, what
season.
else were you thinking?
What else was I thinking?
Yeah.
Honestly, about the show, not much. Not much. I mean, it's an interesting piece of the story thus far, and I would very much like to see it continue. And if anybody out there doesn't want to see it continue, just don't watch it when it comes out. Simple. I'll watch it.
Unfortunately, I'm a podcaster, so
that is never mind. That's a bad. Never mind.
I will say this. Besides the 1.5 good episodes, the flying whale moment was actually pretty good.
That was funny.
Where the whale just goes flying, and it's actually it's probably the most perfectly timed joke in the entire thing. And then the scientist dad just looks over at everybody and says, "I got nothing." Hashtag throw the whale. I mean,
throw the whale. We're whale.
Thank you, Omni viewer, for starting that.
Dear God. An interesting little piece of the Monsterverse. I'm interested to see if they continue it. I hope they do. I will watch it.
Yeah, I hope they continue, especially with that cliffhanger they left us with.
Yeah, that was a heck of an ending.
Yeah.
I would have to care about the characters to care.
Oh, Nathan, we get
Oh
shut
my
up.
God.
Nate, you know what, Nate? I'm going to say something, and I don't usually say this. I hope you don't watch season 2. Won't even give it a chance. Clearly, you can't. Clearly, you're so full of rage that you won't enjoy it no matter what. So why waste your time with something you know you're not going to like? Just don't watch it.
Seriously,
just don't watch it. Well, just ignore it.
Well, I don't think we have anything to worry about because I don't think there's going to be a season 2.
My God, I hope they renew it so I can point at you and go, "What? I'm a sponsor and I'm PK."
Hey, okay, fine. If I'm not going to watch season 2 of this thing, Elijah can't go see GVK3.
Hey, I at least can say some nice things.
I said nice things about it.
Say one nice thing about Annie.
Nathan,
this is an intervention. We're intervening.
Nathan, say one nice thing about Annie, and then we'll move on.
She wasn't insufferable as a child.
It's good enough. Let's just
take it. Okay, moving on.
Speaking about children and keeping it. Wait, no, I'm not gonna say that.
Moving on to Monarch Legacy of Monsters.
Oh, okay. Legacy of Monsters.
I honestly don't have a whole lot to say about this one. It was okay, I guess. I mean, I'll watch the second season if it comes. Well, which it does. It did get released.
It's been confirmed. Yeah.
Yes. They did confirm it. Yes. But yes, I'm looking forward to that. The characters were okay, I guess. But what did everyone else think? Quickly.
You know what? I'll just
go
ahead.
Oh, Elijah, keep it quick.
I'm so happy that Godzilla finally got to go to Japan. Here we are, like 10 years later into the Monsterverse, and he finally got to go to Japan. That was really nice. Kurt Russell is amazing. I love him so much. I enjoyed. I will say it really lags like for 3 episodes in the middle.
Yeah, it does.
And I don't think the side characters are as interesting as they hoped. I like Kentaro. I like May. I like Kurt Russell. I like Wyatt Russell. I like Wyatt Russell. I like the 50s team. I love the 50s story. That was amazing.
The 50s part, the flashback portions, I think, were actually the stronger parts of it. I do think the show overall started off very well, and then yeah, it lags in the middle, and then it picks back up in the last few episodes.
And you know, I might agree with Rex that if I was a Monsterverse character, I'm either Bernie from GXK or I'm going to be Tim in Monarch. It's one of the two, and I haven't decided on which one yet.
I will say Bernie in GXA did remind me a lot of you.
It may be a combination of Tim and Bernie. Timmy.
It might be.
I'm Turney.
Kearney.
Turney.
Turney.
Bim.
I don't know which one for that one actually.
It is so 11:30.
Yeah, it is 11:30.
We're gonna go with Bim.
Yeah,
I like Bim.
Bim.
It rhymes with Kim.
Yeah, it does.
Ooh, sure does.
True. But I do agree with you. I think probably the most interesting thing in terms of the casting in this was the Russells, because they actually were interviewed and they said that usually if they did work together, they were playing father and son, because they are actually father and son. But in this case, they're playing the same character. It's just that the son is the younger version of the character, which I honestly, I can't think of another time that something like that's been done. If anyone thinks of an example, please let me know, because I can't think of any. So that honestly was probably the most interesting part in terms of the casting. Unfortunately, I do think the present day characters, like I said, they started off well and then weren't quite as good as they went on, especially once the flashback portions really started kicking in, and they did feel they started feeling overshadowed, I felt, by them, because there's just so much interesting stuff going on in the flashbacks with the formation of Monarch and them discovering a lot of the Titans for the first time. And you know, it was the more compelling, I felt, out of all of them. Now, once you got to the last few episodes, especially when they went to Axis Mundi, it did start to get more interesting for them, particularly when, I can't remember the Japanese girl's name, the younger one.
May?
Not May. Is it May? No, it's not.
No, the
Granddaughter? What?
Kate Randa?
Kate. Yeah,
That's
Kate.
right.
When Kate got to meet her mother, that I think was actually a very nice moment, and that is probably the part of it that in a season 2 I'd love to see them expand, because I want them to talk more and her deal with the fact that she's lost several decades and the world is so different now, and you know, there's a lot of things to get into that they just didn't have time to do. So that's probably the part of it that I'm looking most forward to. I do know that there were some people who were disappointed there wasn't more monster action in this, and I can kind of understand that. But you also have to take into consideration that this is a TV budget, and it's Apple. I mean, I don't know how much money Apple TV has to throw at their television productions, or how much they were even willing to throw at this compared to some of the other stuff that they've done. But I honestly, in the long run, wasn't bothered by it. I went into it expecting that the monsters may not be in it as much as we would think they would be. And I was definitely preparing myself for Godzilla, not necessarily to be in it as much as people thought he was going to be in it. And although I do have to, I kind of have to ask myself, I don't know if this was something they did intentionally or if it was accidental. What's the word I'm looking for? Not synchronicity, but symmetry, accidental symmetry. Because you did have an episode that kept doing a countdown, and it came out right around the American release of Godzilla -1. And so it was starting to do like G-Day -2, G-Day -1, like it was doing this whole countdown thing. And I'm like, really? Really? What a coinky dink.
Coincidence.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that, but I can definitely say good Lord, we were for a good couple of months there, we were so spoiled as
Feminine material.
as Godzilla fans when you had -1 coming out in the middle of the coming out stateside in the middle of Monarch Legacy of Monsters, and then a couple months after Monarch is done, you get GXK. Good grief. And that's not to include all the new merch and comics and just all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
We were eating very well.
Indeed we are.
The one thing I'll throw in for Monarch briefly is one thing, because this goes back to when 2014 came out and the Godzilla Awakening comic came out. Pretty much ever since then, in the back of my head, I had like this vision in my head of a Monarch TV show. I wanted to see a Monarch TV show that was set in the 50s and 60s that was modeled after kind of after Ultra Q. Maybe not Monster of the Week necessarily, but something that followed a group of characters. I had a trio in my head that followed like monsters during the early days of Monarch in the 50s and 60s. And it's weird how how close the flashback scenes, the 50s and 60s sequences in Monarch ended up being to what was in my head, right down to the kind of Ultra Q. You got the two dudes and the one girl. It's similar. Mm-hmm. It's kind of similar. I mean, at least in a very visual way, like tonally and in terms of the plot, you can't compare them. They're not the same. But there is some, I don't know, a crew of people in the 50s and 60s looking for monsters. It felt right. Like solving all these mysteries in the days before computers and cell phones and all that stuff. So I liked that a lot. Again, I will agree that the 50s flashbacks were the standout sections. I was thoroughly invested and engrossed in Monarch. I don't typically like get super into newer TV shows. Like, oh, the newest episode of this thing is out, I got to go watch it. I don't. A lot of that stuff doesn't really capture me. And yes, this one had the advantage of being Godzilla / Monsterverse, but even other than that, this was just very fun, good, compelling, not serialized, but it was serialized. It was serialized.
I would say it was more serialized than it was Monster of the Week.
It was not episodic.
I do wonder though if a second season might benefit from being kind of a Monster of the Week. Being a little more Monster of the Week.
I don't think they will. I don't think I think they had a good winning formula with this one. Go ahead.
I want, and this kind of goes into, and Kim, I don't know if you want to even really talk in detail about this, but Cryptozoology, the upcoming Monarch spin-off show. Like, I really want them to dive into the whole searching for monsters, looking for like these creatures and like learning more and just like Finding Bigfoot-esque show with Monarch looking for Bigfoot and like other monsters and all these other things. Like, that sounds more interesting than giant monsters like destroying things or fighting.
Yeah, well, which I do think doing a cryptozoology one, I do think would be really interesting, especially if there's actually not very far from me. There's actually a semi-well-known, semi-famous cryptid not far from me, the Beast of Busco, or we call him Oscar. He was a giant turtle that supposedly was spotted in the late 40s in a lake over by a small lake town, and it became a sensation for about a month or so back in 1949. Got national attention, and then after a month nobody found the thing, and then it was quickly forgotten. But the town has embraced that, and like their annual small town festivals called Turtle Days and things like that. Like, they have really embraced that. So I think it would be interesting to, they would probably never do it, but I would lose my mind if I found out that they decided to have an episode where they send a team to go look for Oscar.
Sounds like an X-Files thing. Like
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, like if they were to do something that's a little more Ultra Q-y or X-Files-y, I mean, those two shows already have a lot of similar DNA anyway. That would be fun. I mean, go look for Nessie, go look for Mokele and Bembe. Bigfoot. Like, go look for dinosaurs in the Congo, go look for Yetis and Sasquatches, and go look for
Yeti nipples.
Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
It's been evoked.
No.
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 Mm-hmm.
No.
So anyway,
For someone who hates Adam Wingard's MonsterVerse movies, and you love that one, I'm baffled. I'm just baffled.
I can actually answer that question for you. Neither of Wingard's movies have those in them. I'll let you read.
Yeti Giant of the 20th Century is a robust film.
Right. Any closing thoughts on the Monsterverse?
I'm sorry, Kim.
You gotta, yeah.
I guess, Kim, the best way to conclude it would be kind of just where we want it to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll kind of jump in here because I think mine's going to be kind of the quickest. As beneficial as the Monsterverse has been for Godzilla, I feel like we're going in a route that is not what I would like the franchise to be. As we continue through the Godzilla Kong era, I continue to feel less and less interested and less excited for each film entry. I'm very excited for the Monarch side, the television side. That seems like that's where most of my interest is going to be, but not necessarily as a Godzilla show, but more as a science fiction, fantasy, horror genre television show.
I expect that season 2 will probably be more Kong focused.
That's what
Spoiler warning.
Kong arc? Legacy of Monkeys?
Probably.
Right.
But either way, like at the end of the day, I know I've been bashing it for 3.5 hours now. If it continues, it continues. If it ends, it ends. I just want more Godzilla content, preferably stuff that I think's good.
Fair. All right, Danny, any closing thoughts, predictions, hopes for the future of the Monsterverse?
Well, I can't say I necessarily have specific hopes, but or I certainly don't have any like specific like they have to do this or I'm going to jump ship. But I'm just happy that it's still happening and they're still making these things, and the fact that we have this franchise on this half of the planet. That's really, really fascinating. One thing that's transpired with the Monsterverse specifically, just in terms of my own personal journey with them, is I'm sharing those films with my godchildren now. I took both of them to go see GXK, and because they both asked, and that's one of the only times in my whole life I've ever been asked to, like, hey, can I see this Godzilla movie with you? You know what I mean? Like outside of friends, like immediate Godzilla friends, like you guys, and you know that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen in my life. Thank you. My little godson, he's going to be 6 here soon. He's got a pile of Godzilla toys now. And that was a love that he started to develop completely independently of me. And I got a call from his mom that said he came home asking about Godzilla because somebody at school was talking about it. Your time has come. And I said, I mean, that wasn't really saying anything. It was more of a sound effect, but I was very excited, and we've been watching the movies together. We just did Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster not too long ago. Much to the shock of his mom, who was like, but that's old. And I'm like, he's 5. Like that shouldn't be a thing no matter what. But the whole idea that, you know, something older than you is not as good as something newer is a completely constructed thing that only adults do. You know what I mean? Just don't know. So we've been sharing that. And then my goddaughter said she wanted to go see that. We went to go see a completely different movie that day. She saw the poster and said, it's still in theaters. Can we see that? After I finished crying, we took, we
How
went
old
in.
is she?
She's 11.
11. Okay.
And so we went in and watched that, and it was wonderful. She's becoming a big Mothra fan, so we're spreading the gospel of Mothra.
She should.
Yes. I'm actually I'm on the hunt for another one of these for her. Next time maybe I'm at Books at Million, I'll find one. But that to me is really, really important, because not only is like not just for me and getting to share this stuff, it's the fact that these movies are opening the door for more people to love this stuff. And that's always an important thing. That's a good thing. There's an entire, this movie, GXK, the one that's in, as of the time of this recording, it's in theaters right now. It's now closing in on being the highest grossing Monsterverse film. pretty amazing. It's only a few $1 million away, and it very well might hit it. And that would be pretty amazing. And that means, a lot of people this year, a lot of kids got to go see Godzilla and Mothra in a movie together, and Kong and all this stuff. They got to see these characters, and whether they're getting, like me guiding my godchildren through this journey with the older films, or maybe they feel compelled to watch them on their own, they're going to go find more. They're going to go watch more. Now that they've seen it, they're going to go watch other Monsterverse films. They're going to go back and they hopefully find the Toho flicks. I think that the Monsterverse is important. I think that the fact that it exists is tremendously special, that it's gotten this far. 10 years ago, to think that we'd be at this point is insane. Never would have thought that it would get this far. So I'm at a point now, again, five movies, 10 years, 2 shows, pile of comic books, couple of novelizations later. I'm just nothing but grateful for it. It's been incredibly fun as a fan to see it continue. And yes, there's a selfish part of me that would love a Mothra movie. Yes, of course there is. That would be great. The cryptid stuff sounds cool, but honestly, like whatever they go with, I'm going to trust them on this one. Like when they announce it, I will watch it. I will be there. I will see it. I'll share it where I can. And I'm just going to be happy to go along on this ride for however long it exists. And I don't know how much longer it'll go. It wasn't supposed to go this long. But hopefully it keeps going, and it keeps being a benefit to Godzilla as a franchise as a whole. And it keeps making people happy, because at the end of the day, that's the important part, right? It makes you happy. Makes me happy. And I know it makes other people happy too. So I say, keep going, keep making people happy.
Amen.
Top that, Marchand.
Hey, you're Danny. I can't do that. Although I do want to add on to what you said about taking your godkids there. I actually, for my second viewing of GXK, I took 3 of, I think, how many kids does she have now? 5? I think 3 of the 5 kids that a friend of mine has, and they were all brothers. I think they ranged in age from about 8 to 14. Took the 3 of them to go see the movie, and we had a good time. So I definitely echo your sentiment about that. As for what I'd like to see in the future, I mean, obviously we've got the TV stuff that's been announced. I've heard a few interesting ideas floated around about what future film entries could look like. I do think it would be good to separate Godzilla and Kong and start making some solo movies for them. Probably one of the more interesting ones that I've heard, which seems like the natural evolution. We didn't talk about it, but if the GXK really started ramping up the amount of monster footage that we were seeing and trying to turn them into characters. And I've heard that, I think Dougherty was the one who suggested doing something called Godzilla BC, which would be a prequel, take place in the ancient world, and you would have little to no humans in it. I think it would be an interesting one-off experiment. I don't necessarily want to see that be the normal thing, because I am one of those people who would argue that human characters are important in kaiju films, so I don't think they need to be completely discarded, but it would be an interesting experiment. Beyond that, I'm not entirely sure. In all likelihood, Wingard's probably going to get a 3rd film, but I would be totally okay with someone else coming in to fill the director's seat. I'm not 100% sure who that should be or who that should be. I can tell you who I would like it to be, but it's unlikely that that's going to happen.
Nate, they're not going to hire you to direct the next Monster.
Oh, I wouldn't want to do it. There's no way.
I'd do it.
You know what? Actually, I would actually. Not only would I trust you, I would love to see you do it just for the sake of the challenge. I really would.
Elijah, you could direct one.
I would be behind that. You're my second choice behind Del Toro.
I would Ryan Johnson that movie though. That's a Star Wars reference for you. I'd Ryan Johnson it.
You know what? I'd love to see you do it. I really would. I really would. And I mean that. I'm not blowing smoke here. I would actually like to see you do that. Just let me write the script, okay?
I'll let you tweak it. How about that? Danny and I already got dibs on it. You can tweak it.
And I do.
Your producer.
Okay.
Or she could edit it.
Yeah, she's going to edit
Producer and editor.
There you go.
Writer, director, editor, and producer, tweaker.
Tweaker. Yes, because I'm on drugs. But anyway.
No, you're the marketing department because you know how
of the shameless
to do shameless self-promotion.
So, you heard it here, folks. You heard it here, folks. This team right here is going to be making you a Monsterverse.
Hooray.
But no, like I said, I think there's interesting places to go, but I'm still not 100% sure what that is going to look like. So I'm just waiting to see what it is, but
we're gonna go to outer space.
We probably will,
Planet
Space
X,
Space Godzilla confirmed. I'm just
Planet X baby.
Planet X baby. I will say I do think more original monsters would be beneficial. I don't want them to just keep trying to fall back on getting licensed monsters, not to mention I don't know how many more they're going to be able to get. They've already had the big ones in the Monsterverse so far.
Yeah.
Now, it'd be interesting if they wanted to start grabbing some of the more obscure ones. I would love to see Anguirus. It would
Megalon.
Megalon would be interesting. I think with the Hollow Earth stuff, he'd be relatively easy to introduce. I'd love to see somebody do a wild take on Gigan.
Megalon.
Yeah.
Jet
Jaguar. That's who I want. I want Jet Jaguar in the monster.
That would be awesome.
I'm actually Legendary, if you're listening, because I know you are, because you, like everyone else, loves Kim. I have a pitch for Monsterverse Jet Jaguar for you. Call me.
Okay. Ring. I'll call you any moment now. I actually wouldn't mind seeing a Monsterverse take on more of the Gargantuous. But
that would be great, actually.
Yeah, I think that would be kind of cool. Bring back Santa and Gyra.
That would be cool.
And of course, we have to recreate everyone's favorite song.
Yes.
Words get stuck in my throat.
I think I'm funny, Nate. Hold up your phone.
I was like, wait, is someone's phone ringing? And then I'm like, oh.
Oh my gosh.
I should have went along with it. That was a comedic moment where I missed right there.
Wasted.
I should have just picked it. I was like,
cool.
Oh, hi, Legendary. Oh, is this Thomas Tull?
Thomas Tull doesn't. Whatever. No, the list of monsters they could bring in for this thing is infinite, and the wish list is slightly. I mean, dream big is what I say, but. Like the people who swore up and down that Space Godzilla was going to be in the last 3 of these things, like, stop. No. I mean, I remember when the Scar King teaser came out and people were like, well, clearly it's King Caesar. What are you talking about? And then like one person swore up and down that was Space Godzilla. The monkey was Space Godzilla. This is not, like, Twitter is wild. I don't understand this. This really happened. I saved screenshots of this because I couldn't believe it. Like, people are, I don't know. So anybody out there who's like, the next movie will definitely have like Space Godzilla and Destroya teaming up to fight the giant condor. No, it's not. Stop.
I want to see that movie though.
Gabara versus Gabara x Ebera x Kamakiris x
Godzilla's Revenge.
Yeah, X Man-Eater from Godzilla. The Man-Eater from Godzilla's Revenge is definitely in GXK though.
Oh yeah.
The plant that grabs Ichira, it's 100%. It's the guy who gets eaten. It's 100% in the movie. Anyway, the list is infinite. But anybody who's counting on Toho characters continuing to get licensed is going to be disappointed. And also there is no confirmation that Destroya is going to be in the next one. That's not, no, stop.
Although he would make sense if they wanted to follow up. If they wanted to follow up what really all just amounted to a name drop and actually make it more significant.
Yeah, but Adam Wingard doesn't really care about like anything before his movies. So
who said it had to be Wingard?
He's gonna direct the next GXK film.
Probably,
He-
but
he
that
more
doesn't
than
mean
will.
Destroy is going to be in that one.
Like he's the only one attached to it.
No.
Yeah, thus far, but I think the future is not just bright, but more confidently bright than it has been. Because, like I said before, the Monsterverse has kind of been followed the last handful of years by this constant fear that the rug is going to be pulled out from underneath at any chance. The series of rights is going to expire. The box office won't be good, whatever. All these different things. But right now, we have a new season of Monarch locked in, 2 spin-off shows, and the 6th Monsterverse film, about which we know nothing except who's writing it at the moment. But that's a lot. That's a pretty decent, like, for a still rather humble little franchise of, cinematic universe here when compared to other ones. A new movie locked in and 3 shows, 3 seasons of television is good. Like, that's really good. That's healthy. This movie is, they're still making bank. We're less than a month out from it hitting Blu-ray. That steelbook will be mine. But yeah, the future is bright. We might be, like, literally they could go in any different direction they want. More Toho stuff, more original stuff, more Godzilla, less Kong, more Kong, less Godzilla, one dropping out, both coming back, more original stuff, cryptid. It could go anywhere. And that is incredibly exciting. Yeah. It's never been healthier. And there's never been more confidence that it will continue. Like I said, the announcement of the 6th film is the least surprised I've been to see the Monsterverse continue. Like I was like waiting for it. It's like any day now it's coming, and it did. Not that it's not awesome. It is, but I wasn't surprised. So I'm excited to see where it goes.
Yeah. I have to say, and credit to your co-host Elijah, I think he's probably come up with my favorite wild idea for a future Monsterverse thing. I don't know if you remember this or not. Well, because Takashi Yamazaki has been signing some deals to work in Hollywood.
Oh God!
The absolute insanity that he could direct a Monsterverse movie. What?
I don't know.
Now, I don't know how well he's going to work in the Hollywood machine, but it would be insane if he got to.
Takashi-san, run. Run. I'd love to see you direct something, but it's
I would love to see him direct something in Hollywood, but he's not built for Hollywood. I don't think Hollywood is built for him.
He's better. He's better than Hollywood. He
is supreme.
He is.
Yes.
Indeed. Alrighty, and on that note, I think we can wrap things up here with some shameless self-promotion.
Shameless self-promotion.
Hey, I'm gonna be. I've said. I think I forget who I said this to, but I honestly, I think honestly, you've got the 2 most parodyable kaiju podcasters on your show right now.
You do?
Yes, you and me, Elijah. We are highly parodyable.
Well,
especially since you froze. Oh no, there you're.
There
you go.
Okay,
there you go.
All right, Nathan, live up to.
And he froze
name.
again. Oh no, he's not.
Shamelessly self-promote yourself.
Yes, and then it's bedtime.
Well, Elijah's got a script, so we should just let him go.
Somebody go.
Me?
Anybody go.
So, please.
Hello, I'm Elijah. I co-host the podcast Kaiju Conversation, covering the wide world of tokusatsu, from kaiju and giant monsters to henshin heroes and J-horror. You can find us on any podcast platform you use and follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and all the social medias. Or you can head over to www.kaijuconversation.com to find everything you'd possibly need. I'm also a part of the rotating hosts of Monsters with Attitude, a monthly YouTube show covering the world of kaiju entertainment. You can also head over to Facebook and join our Facebook group. It's a great place to talk with like-minded people. I'm also a writer. I've written for GodzillaMovies.com, Kaiju Ramen Magazine, and currently I write for Kaiju United. My writing has also been featured in the book Giant Bug Cinema, a Monster Kid's Guide from Bear Manor Media, where I wrote about Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. Outside of writing and podcasting, I served as a consultant on the upcoming Titanic Creations officially licensed Young Goody articulated figure. You can now go to titanicreations.com/Young Goody and order your copy of this action figure. We have an 800 action figures, 800 unit goal to get all of our Kickstarter crowdfunding goals, whatever it is. Right now, we are at 464, I believe. So we have got the Jets. Next is, or actually, I think next is the Jets.
I think
then
Jets,
it's the
Jets is the next one, and then what's after that?
Oil tankers, and then the gate, which was my biggest push. Please, I want to get the gate, and then the bridge. So go over to TitaniCreations.com/YoungGoody and order your action figure today. Outside of that, I have produced bonus features for SRS Cinema. I am involved with Yuzo, The Biggest Battle in Tokyo, where I produced most of the bonus features and did an audio commentary track for the film. You can buy that on Blu-ray at srscinema.com, or you can order the wide release DVD, which features all of my bonus features, September 9th from any major online retailer. I also have worked on Liverleaf. I just finalized the bonus features actually a week ago as of tomorrow. I stayed up 32 hours to get done, but it's done. You can order the Blu-ray on srscinema.com, and I am working on the upcoming War of the Ninja Monsters, Jiron vs. Gora, which you can pre-order on srscinema.com. I'm also a filmmaker and YouTuber. You can check out my stuff on my YouTube channel, ET13 Productions. You can follow me on X and Instagram at ET13_productions. And finally, I appeared in a kaiju movie, a little-known film called Zillafoot. If you want to watch more kaiju, you can buy the Blu-ray on, get this, srscinema.com, or the wide-release DVD from any major online retailer, or just watch it for free on Tubi, or just buy it on Amazon Prime. And that's it. That's my script.
Very good.
Hey, guess what? This guy was also in Zillafoot.
I was in Zillafoot. I was in Zillafoot. My scene is in the wrong spot in the film. They put my scene. I predict.
Danny, you'll be. Did you see where I put? I think did. I message you. I found a guy who a YouTuber.
I saw that
a Scotsman who had screenshots of you in his video review of the movie.
I'd sue them, Danny. Sue them.
I already did. I sued him twice. I got $12 on him. It was worth it. Anyway,
trust me, I know all about lawsuits.
Shameless self-promotion. Next, Danny.
And then my face and my pillow have an appointment. Okay, so I've been on here before. I've talked before, but ever so briefly, I am the creator and author of the Godzilla Novelization Project, which is an ongoing creative endeavor to novelize all of the Godzilla films. The Japanese ones, as the American ones, as established earlier, already have novelizations, but the Japanese ones don't. So I'm fixing that. And all of the books are being uploaded to GodzillaNovelizationProject.com, serialized, one chapter at a time. I am also doing adaptations in short story and novella form. Those are fun. I'm also doing crazy in-depth Godzilla timelines that make sense of the different continuities. I have a blog there. I have a podcast I host for my patrons. All information on supporting my efforts to get these books researched and written and translated and all that stuff through Patreon help is available on the website. You can find out all the other cool, crazy nonsense I've done there as well on the press and appearances page. So if you want to see all that crazy stuff, that page does need an update, but a lot of the stuff is there. It's very out of date. But if you want to see a lot of links, definitely. What now?
Put your finger down, Elijah.
It's real quick after Danny says the rest.
Okay. Other than that, I was in Zillafoot also. I guess that's worth mentioning because it was mentioned before.
Hey, you both have been in one more kaiju movie than all the rest of us.
This is true.
Actually, I do make an audio cameo in Elijah's short film.
That's true.
True.
Good Lord. I mean, I'm not going to rattle off the whole list, but if you want to find extra stuff like that and follow along with me, you can absolutely follow me on Twitter at Danzilla93_GNP. You can follow me on Facebook, and you can check out all of my shenanigans on the artist formerly known as Twitter. Yes.
Danny,
artist-
I have that memorized. I'll have you know.
Dude, you can say all your shameless self-promotion in your sleep at this
That's
point.
true.
I have concluded
Maybe.
that.
The artist formerly known as Twitter, which has become a
Thanks,
wonderful
Danny.
running joke on Elijah's show. For which I did sing the theme song, by the way. So if you want to hear me sing, I sang for Elijah on his show. I sang for Kim for Christmas last year. And a couple years ago, I sang an MST3K parody for Nate. So,
which I did not ask you to do. You totally surprised me with it. And it is one of the greatest gifts you have ever given me.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun. And you can also hear me on Nate's show, pontificating on various sundry kaiju things and voice acting half the characters.
I was going to say, at this point, it's between you and Neil Reeby to become my unofficial new co-host.
Yeah, I don't know how that does come with a pay hike, though, Marchand. So
I understand that. What the funny thing is, I don't think I've ever had you guys on the show at the same time. I should probably do that.
That should be remedied.
That should be something I should do. Which actually, speaking of, well, no, we can't talk about
wait, later.
Shameless self-promotion.
Shameless self-promotion. I mean, you can't find my freaking kaiju ramen stuff anymore, so there's no point in promoting that. That's that stuff's lost media at this point. But I am hoping to resurrect some of my written material from Kaiju Ramen, which is now landlocked into out-of-print magazines, and the website's down. I'm hoping to resurrect some of that stuff elsewhere, so keep your eye on a couple of websites, more specifically Kaiju United. Some of that stuff might be popping up there in the future, along with some original stuff. Also, look out for me at G-Fest this year. I can't talk about what I'm doing specifically.
Actually, all of us
will be there.
Yes.
We can't talk about specifically what's happening yet. We have not been cleared to talk about panels, but all I'll say is that I will be busy, and so will most of the people in this chat. We will be busy people. I've talked enough. Nathan, it is your turn.
I am the
and that's it. Good night, everybody. Do I go
into the whole spiel? I am the host and apparently curator of the Monster Island Film Vault, a podcast seeking entertainment and enlightenment through tokusatsu. That's been going on for I've been the 4th season. It's been going on for 4.5 years. It's how I met most of you in this call. It is a film appreciation podcast about all things kaiju tokusatsu. Shut up, Elijah. And everybody here has been on the show at one point or another. It also developed audio drama segments, which is kind of insane. It's one of the rare times my analytical and creative brains get to play together. And as long as it's fun, I'm going to keep doing that. I also was the co-host of such podcast as Henshin Men, which was a podcast about Henshin Hero Television. And Michael is no longer here, but I need to bring this up. I was his co-host on the Power Trip, a journey through the Power Rangers franchise, where we spent an entire year going over the entire franchise. And I would say some of my best work as a podcaster. Kim, you were on there a couple of times. It was great. We had you on to talk about Dino Thunder and Mega Ranger.
Indeed.
Yeah, we had a lot of good fun with that. That was actually your very last podcast appearance as an unmarried woman. You were literally like running off to get married right after.
The Dino Thunder episode.
That's right.
For my wedding.
That was great because we were dropping a little hints about it. I was like, oh yeah, I have to go get married this weekend, and I'm like, and we're happy you're here. Yeah. So there's that, but I am also, both of those shows are, for all intents and purposes, done. But I will be launching a new podcast on Ultraman Day, if all goes as planned. This summer on July 10th, called Henshin Power V3. That'll pick up where those two shows left off. And I'll have 2 new co-hosts for that one, so that should be fun. More details as we get closer to that. I'm also one of the cast members for Scyther Inc. Productions. I've famously played Rito on Power Rangers, the audio drama. I also, I never would have thought this would have happened in my life ever, but I also have played Deadpool, of all people, on X-Men, the audio drama, and I will soon be making my main character debut, I should say, major role debut on Avengers, the audio drama, as Johnny Storm, baby. So got all of that to look forward to in the podcast realm. I'm also a writer and an author. I've got like a dozen books to my name at this point. Check out my author website, Nathan Marchand, to learn more about that. And I also contributed to Giant Bug Cinema along with Elijah. So but you got the cool movie. I got stuck with Monster from Green Hell.
Monster from Green Hell is you got to write for a Rondo nominated book. You didn't get.
I know, I did. So I'm glad for that. But I came in so late in the project that it was just like, oh, you get the leftovers. I was like the Pusateri of that book. You get stuck with what nobody else wants.
I hope Mark never hears this. Jeez.
Oh no, Mark understands. Actually, we've had conversations, and I still gave him some good material for that book, and I'm very proud of that.
Yes,
as I should be. And all of these podcasts and me personally were on all the socials, so you should be able to basically find all of them. I'm also a contributing writer to Kaiju United, and a lot of my Kaiju Rama material has been getting republished on there. Thank you, Jacob Lingle, for doing that for us. And I'm looking forward to writing some more. I've got like 2 comic books I need to write reviews for him. I'm always busy. I'm not to the insane level that Elijah is, but I'm always working on something. So that's basically everything. If you want, Kim, I'll give you a couple of Linktree links that you can share in the show notes that can send people to all the things that I do.
And with that,
yes, if I remember to, I will add all of your links. If I remember to.
Like I said, I can just give you 2 Linktrees and we're covered. Yeah,
and with that,
we're covered.
And with that, we're probably going to control the kaiju population, right?
There's a blast from the past.
Wow.
Sorry, baby.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for joining me, Nathan, Danny, Elijah. I love you all so much. Thank you for joining me.
We love you, Kim.
And also Michael and Donny.
And Michael and Donny. Yes, I love them too. I'm so sad that they couldn't stay for long, but they did show up for a little bit, and I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful for you guys watching at home for sticking around for 4 hours. All right. And with that, we're gonna hop off here, but before you do, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Maybe I'll do something in the future. I don't know when my next stream is going to be. Maybe it will be at a certain convention in July. Not happening in Chicago.
I mean, if you don't do it, I'll do it. So
that's true. Yeah,
Kim, you got to do it.
I gotta do it.
You gotta do it.
I'll do it.
it's like a G-Fest and the Christmas stream. It's just they can't go away.
All right. Okay.
Whatever you feel up to, whenever you feel up to it.
Yes.
We'll be here, ready to do it.
Thank you, my boy.
Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you got to do is call and we'll be there. Yes, we will.
Very good. All right. Good night, everybody. See you next time.
Long live the Monsterverse! Woo!